G4? Is
Oh,
that what
yeah.
we're gonna? Because that's
I
where Gina's from.
I do miss it a little bit,
I do.
actually.
They
Um,
tried real hard to
They really
bring it
tried.
back, and I love the format. I also love that,
It was
fucking
on Twitch.
Xavier Woods is G4, that's, like, this whole thing that he wanted outside of the WWE, and he's like, "I was a G4 host for, like, 5 minutes."
well, he has his YouTube channel up, down, down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
Like,
I know, I'm a huge
and
fan. He's rocking that shit. He's got
he has a
mad
fucking
nerd fans.
PhD as well. Like, the man
Yeah.
is insanely
He can do
talented and
whatever the fuck he
right,
wants
yeah.
because
Yeah,
that's
it's
like whatever he sets his mind to. He's just gifted in
yeah, it's a
multiple
Xavier
ways.
Woods world. We're just living in it. Uh,
True.
so
Best
what
good
is
word.
up? What is up, chat gang? Whoo, 10 years. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime.
Cool.
So I've got a Baja Blast here.
Oh,
it
not the
is
Baja
customary when one of the homies dies, you pour out a 40. So when Rory dies tonight, on account
It's
of
a
his
Mountain
T-Bell
Dew.
love, I will be
It's
pouring
a
out.
Baja Blast.
I'll be pouring
I
out.
know that they said they were
Into
gonna
your mouth.
for the for the for the anniversary that they were gonna have it available in stores for like a year. I need to find some Baja Blast, see if it's available in Canada.
Oh yeah, check. I would probably check Costco or something.
Yeah,
like
this is
that.
I was
this
gonna
is
say
a
Walmart has it too.
20th Baja-versary.
Listen,
So,
I'm literally a
Did it
10-minute
really
walk
come
away
out
from.
in 2004? Jesus.
I'm literally 10 minutes
I-
walk away from a Walmart. I'm gonna go find some Baja Blast tomorrow.
you know, someone who won't be named for their slander. I don't want you to at her. She made fun of Baja Blast last Endless Elegy Chronicle, and I will never forgive her for that.
Oh, it wasn't me.
It's
It was
not
Glenn.
good.
No, it was
It's
Abby.
the worst Mountain Dew.
I hate you.
Code
so much
Red.
right now.
That's out of all the Mountain Dews. Code Red.
Code Red is probably the best, but
Voltage.
I can't have. Is Voltage the orange one? Because the orange one's tasty
Blue.
too.
No, Voltage is blue.
Oh, weird.
Live wire
I like-
orange.
Livewire's solid too, but I can't have Code Red around me because I drink it like Kool-Aid. Like it just.
It
Like, I
reminds
will
me of
not
Big
stop.
Red, and that's why I like it because I
Oh,
love
like Big Red, the
Red.
soda.
The
right?
soda, yeah.
Yeah.
No, like Big Red, the fucking dog. Yes, Big Red,
Or
the
bubble
soda.
gum. Like if it reminds you of Big Red, the bubble gum, you gotta.
No, it
There was
reminds
a
me of
Big Red soda that
the
tastes like
soda.
bubble
Yeah,
gum.
it's a cream soda-ish is what Big Red
Yeah.
soda is. If you've never had
You've
it.
completely
Big
lost
Red.
it, haven't you?
I love Big Red. I
What
don't
a
drink
time,
soda
like-
anymore. I don't drink soda anymore.
I
I
try
drink
not
like
to.
carbonated water.
I only drink it as a I only drink it as like a mixer these days. But tonight, it
I only drink it like oxygen. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, same. You know,
no,
I
but
drink sweet tea and water.
yeah, I
Code Red, Mountain Dew,
sweet
Baja
tea's
Blast,
better for you.
Voltage. Whatever.
So
I've
Mountain
been-
Dew.
Armed Reach?
You just
I've-
drink the Mountain Dew
I
I've
go
been-
with
franchise.
RC
been
If it's
Cola
within
is
arm's
my go-
reach, I
is
will
my go-to
consider it.
cola mixer because they do not have a Kofefe flavor. They roasted, if you remember, when the orange Hitler had a typo about Kofefe.
Yeah.
RC
Kofefe.
Cola like roasted him as like RC Cola does not have a Kofefe flavor, and a bunch of like fascists were like, we're not drinking RC Cola anymore, and I'm like, RC Cola just moved up the list.
Thank you, RC Cola. RC Cola, I think, also does Big Red.
That would make sense because they're like old time.
If I
Like
remember correctly.
RC Cola is like one of those old timey companies or whatever. Like they were really like barely competing with Big Soda and whatever.
Back whenever Dr. Pepper wasn't that big.
Was
with
prune soda, and people like ruined it by finding out it was prune soda, and now it tastes not as good. When it was prune soda, it was delicious. But yeah, I love RC.
I used to drink Dr. Pepper like it was water.
Yeah. No, I try to avoid soda. I also had a tooth cleaning today.
Toofaces.
Yeah, so I'm actually like my smile's slowly coming back and my confidence with it as I'm getting my brain back together. I'm getting my body back together.
Brains are useless. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just feeling good. That's why I'm wearing my Fuck Stigma shirt today. It couldn't be more on brand if I made it myself. I did not make it myself. Skeleton middle finger, fuck stigma. This is solidarity with people struggling with mental health. So like it may not be May, but it's always mental health awareness around these parts. So with that, I will say, what is up, chat gang? Welcome to episode 15. Is it episode 15?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay, we
Good,
missed.
you're the one that put it in there, so yes.
If it wasn't, it is now.
Look, I'm an unreliable narrator, and I cannot be trusted even with our episode
I am
numbers.
in charge of maintaining the YouTube, and I only know this because I had to edit 14 together
bad.
into one thing.
Oh God. Oh yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
I can do that too. Hey, speaking of, there's a YouTube thing. Go there and then like and subscribes over there because I'm almost to 1,000 subscribers on my YouTube. And if I get 1,000 on my YouTube, I guess I get monetized. But more importantly, I can dual I can dual stream, which is
Multi-stream. That's
Multi-stream.
what that's the word you're looking for.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking for the multi-stream. That's really what I want.
Lulu
Yeah.
Dallas multi-stream.
Lulu Dallas multi-stream. And nobody's ever noticed that I have a Fifth Element sound bites for my like subscribes on Twitch or anything like that.
No big deal.
All right. So I am going to have who wants to anyone like got a hankering to read our content warning real quick?
I can.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead.
am going to preface that a little bit with with an additional content warning for tonight. In addition to killing Rory, there will be some body horror.
Yes.
Oh, we have to do the thing.
We have to do the thing.
Andrew, I'm going to give you a second to think about it. There's a thing you said you wouldn't do with me off camera because you wanted everyone
Resolve
to see
a
it.
stain. Yes, we have to resolve a
yeah.
stain
Let's.
for you.
Should we do
Yeah,
the content right?
We'll do
warning
the
first?
content warning first. I just
Yeah.
wanted to add in that there will be body horror tonight as an additional content warning. Like I know it's kind of in the gore, but some people kind of explicitly like body horror is like
Here.
a note
I'm
for
gonna-
them. And we might have to have Michael go and like and do earmuffs for Anne because
Oh, yeah. Earmuffs.
when we get to the body horror, he's just like, shh, it's okay.
I like how you just hug your headphones closer to your fucking head with that. That's great. Not take
Super
them
good.
off, but
The-
yeah.
No,
The
no,
gloves
no.
are the gloves are coming off tonight on the horror a little bit. Just we had a lot of like we had CW relationship like Dawson's Creek relationship drama last episode, like
I don't have a hood to hide in. God
adult
damn it.
I need an adult.
adult pool horror tonight.
No,
None of those
okay.
here.
I know. I'm just gonna hide under. I'm sitting on a blanket.
Yeah.
Why am
the
I not?
blankie. Come on.
I'll just hide under the blanket. It's fine.
All right. The
Action.
following show takes place in the world of darkness and explores narratives of personal horror. This story is a work of fiction and is not official World of Darkness material. But get at us, World of Darkness, I swear. Many of the themes are portrayed from a place of empathy and may be uncomfortable to some listeners. Episodes may contain coarse language, sexual content, mental and emotional abuse, violence, mental illness, and blood. Viewer discretion is highly advised. Portions of the materials are the copyrights and trademarks of Paradox Interactive AB and are used with permission. All rights reserved. For more information, please visit worldofdarkness.com. Thank you for watching Endless Elegy. We hope you've enjoyed the story thus far and invite you to like, follow, and subscribe on Twitch and your favorite player. Go check us out on the tubes. By doing this, you will help support the show and get updates when our next episode goes live. If you would like to be part of our community, you can also follow all of us on Twitter and join our Discord, ! Discord, somebody in the chat right now.
Boom,
Uh,
gunslinger.
All links will be in the show notes if you missed it. With that being said, let's resolve a stain, shall we?
All right. So
Okay. I'm gonna take the first humanity hit of the game, I think.
I mean, technically, I took
invited.
the first humanity hit because I gained humanity.
Yeah.
right.
No,
But the-
that's not what I
Just a
meant.
direct hit of humanity's mainline that.
Ugh.
I mean,
Look,
technically
you gotta
that's a good thing because you're supposed to keep your humanity to continue playing. Technically,
Look, we started at 5, we're at 6 now. It's fine.
technically.
Details,
actually.
Look,
Okay.
Look.
Oh no,
So-
we're winning!
The stain.
look.
Jane.
Look,
Stain it.
I was early tonight. We weren't late because of me, like we usually are. But then, of course, I didn't have my books open, so now it is on me.
Mhm.
We're behind the gun, so this
Yeah.
it has shifted back to being my fault.
But
I
you
don't
know
think
what
that-
time it isn't? It's not 8 o'clock.
Hmm.
So we're good.
It's actually 8:30 Central. So I rolled
Only Pacific
a
time
die.
matters.
You're so basically the gap between your humanity, like
Okay.
like how many open spaces you have, that's
Sure.
how many dice you're rolling.
Okay, but
So
is
like if you
that
have 8
so if I have
humanity,
the
then you have
stain?
two
Oh, it's
open.
2.
Yeah.
And then
If
the
you have
so
and
the
so on and so
stain,
forth. The
if I
stain
I've marked
technically goes on the other side of it. So you have like a slash there.
yeah.
And
So
then
do I still roll 2?
I believe it's
I
1.
roll 1.
That's what I'm double checking. I
Okay.
believe you're rolling 1 because you have
So
like
what
a
happens when you roll a BCO failure on that?
it's a pass fail.
It's
Like
a
you're just gonna
oh, it's
lose a
a fail?
humanity. Yeah, you just lose a humanity.
Okay.
Is really what it is. So
Get fucked.
so right now you're just losing a humanity. So you went
Okay,
from
so the
8 down
stain
to
is
7.
clear.
Yeah, the stain's gone, and now you're at 7 humanity instead of 8.
Oh man, this is bad news for my Diablerie plan. That's okay.
Or great news, depending on
It's
your
actually
perspective.
Okay. That's it.
I'm still opening up some extra books.
Look. I broke the ice. First humanity lost. It's fine.
Though not our first stain resolution.
No, it's not. Are
I
you?
resolved
Was it
so many stains that one
who
time.
always resolved stains? Because it wasn't me. Both of you.
Yeah.
We need
I
it.
ate all of those first light guys.
That's
it was
true.
So
You
great.
did.
That's
Yeah,
how
We
as
need
a
to
kid,
catch up.
that fight.
Murder, I think.
You transitioned from your predator type. You're no longer a consensualist, but whilst you were a consensualist, you like ate a whole bunch of people, which is where you got the
Yeah.
stain the one time.
Like it was
And
for
Rory,
multiple stains on that time.
yeah, but like you can't like
Yeah.
You
No.
firebombed a
you
freaking van.
like you can't like get more stains than you have tracker for. You know, like it's you either have it or you
Sure.
don't, right? Like, and Rory got it because he's not only is he a consensualist, but he is like his character actually has like a lot of remorse, and he is RPing it as like a high humanity, high like morality type character, and he, from a role playing standpoint, even like with the consensualism aside, he murked a bunch of people in a moment of rage. So
Fireball.
which is
I mean,
understandable. And the big thing to note about stains, it's not that people don't make mistakes or kindred don't make mistakes, it's the remorse aspect. So we just rolled dice, so the ROLL playing aside of resolving a stain, what the dice just said in a narrative stance is you did not feel sufficient remorse to maintain your humanity.
she definitely didn't feel remorse, so I guess that fits.
I mean, that's a little yikes for
It's
me,
a little
dog.
on. Oh
Yeah.
come on! Don't act surprised like you knew that was.
Big yikes.
Don't
You know?
don't act like you didn't know that was going to be the outcome.
You got to start your vampire life shitty and then get better. And then, you don't get stains. You get stains
Just-
early in your years.
Just start at a 5 and build
Just
up.
start.
Okay,
just
but
start
in
low.
retrospect, like 30 into your like
That's true.
vampire life is young. Like Sasha's doing all the fucking up right now.
Speak for yourself. I'm young and I haven't done all of
That's
this
true.
stuff.
You need
But
to start
I'm
fucking
not
up
the
now,
paladin of this
kid.
group.
All right.
You are the baby. You are the
I think the
Padawan.
paladin's probably
Paladin.
paladin
Oh.
is Rory. Like Rory's the paladin.
No,
I think
you're the
of all the people Rory
Padawan.
has.
You're the Padawan.
No,
We're going to
Sasha's
mold
Those aren't
you.
orc
Sasha-
skins showing.
Sasha's just a ticking time bomb. Is what she is.
And then Ashley's just the grandma.
She's the babysitter.
Oh no, she's Chicago's babysitter. That's what we
Yep,
deemed.
yep.
Chicago's babysitter.
All right.
You are
So,
Elizabeth Shue.
It has been a few weeks
Thanks.
since we played last. Anyone want to do a real quick player recap? The main things is like where are they now?
I'm trapped at a theater. Help.
Yeah. So
Uh,
Rory went to the theater. I'm just kind of like I just kind of want each player. We'll go around the horn here. I'll start with Sasha. I'll go to Ashley, Damon, and then end on Rory. Just kind of where what your character did last week, where you ended. And I know we had some people like rotate in and out. Like I know Scott ended up missing some time, so this is a good opportunity for Scott especially to be like, hey, yo, this is what went down type thing. So we'll start with Sasha. Try to do the elevator pitch.
Okay,
quick
So
version.
Sasha went in that night thinking she was going to have a discussion with Annabelle about, her plans in the city. She came out of that meeting after meeting some rando edgelord dude named Dante. Like, who the fuck are you? But then also like,
King
wait a
Edward.
minute,
King
you're that guy. And then he was all like, yeah, I came to check up on you. I'm like, and then she was like, ugh. Yeah, tell that coward to check up on me himself. And then she left the club after all of that. It was really heckin' weird. Yeah, and then Annabelle told her, "Oh, you're not ready to be a part of like politics in
Chicago.
Chicago." Blah 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 blah. Also, by the way, sheriff isn't just so you can like randomly do violence as you wish. I'm pretty sure she said that at some point. Yeah. So she leaves the club and she leaves the club with every intention to reassess her decisions and go back to the coterie house because she said she was gonna hang out there more. And then she gets ambushed by her ex. Boom! Surprise ex who hasn't been in town in like 30 years. And then she was all like mad at first, and then she realized she missed him a lot, and then he was all like, yeah, by the way, your sire is not who he says he is. And then she's like, holy shit. And he said that name dropped some Banu Hakim, the Urshagi. Anyway,
Urshulgi.
okay.
He
Yeah,
is a
yeah.
bad dude with a capital B, capital D.
Yeah, so bad news all around. And she's like, well, okay, how the fuck did I end up involved with Banu Hakim besides, dating one and fucking one? So she's a little confused about that. And then Zoran also mentions that, oh, by the way, the giant bloodstone your current boyfriend is holding has a Methuselah in it. Surprise! And then she's all like, what? Excuse me? What the fuck, bro?
Allegedly.
Not like a whole Methuselah. It might be
A whole ass
related
Methuselah.
to a Methuselah.
Just like
A whole-
18%.
Just a whole ass Methuselah
Like a
in a
whole
stone.
Methuselah is in there. Like
Sasha thinks there's a whole ass Methuselah in the bloodstone, for the record.
from Sasha's perspective, yes, this makes sense. But yeah, okay.
She's just like, okay, that's fucked up,
Sasha,
dude.
also an unreliable narrator.
Yes, very much
You
so.
can't steal my shtick.
If Rory gets robbed,
No,
it's not
it's
my
not a
fault.
shtick. She doesn't know anything about Gehenna or any of those weird rituals. She just is like really confused right now. And then there's a bunch of like really sad shit. And then, oh, by the way, hey, I ripped my heart out of my chest so you could, survive getting torpid.
Gameplay wise, neither of you can be staked. He has trouble coming out of torpor, like caused from like taking
is he?
damage.
Is he? Wait, okay, yeah, but is that like final? Does he just die then if he doesn't?
He
get
can
torpor?
no, it's not final death. But his torpors last longer and are harder to come out of. He's not final death. Staking is really just like a wear paralysis.
Pause button. It's
Yeah.
a pause button. Okay.
Yeah, so like you can't be staked because of his ritual.
She has
because-
problems about that.
Yeah,
she has issues
but
about that.
he neither can he because his heart's not where it should be, which is honestly some ancient blood sorcery bullshit. Like they always do that crap, but he just kind of did that with some bonuses.
Have a
to it.
conversation about putting that
he
shit
does
back.
he does have a penalty on his side where the difficulties of torpors are of coming out of torpor and such are increased. They're harder to because you have to like someone has to like
They need to have
blood. Like there's various ways to come out of torpor. But basically, if he ever goes into the regenerative torpor, it takes him longer to come out of it. Is the short of it. So he
right, so they're
hurt himself.
Wait a minute.
To protect you.
Okay, I'm having thoughts and I need to put those on hold while I recap. Anyway, and then things get a little weird and she tries to convince him that he can stay and, maybe they can be friends. They, whatever, that whole bit. And then she's like, but wait, you know
There's
what?
more.
He laments about how like, oh, Rory's way better for her, and he can make decisions
He
that you
believes
can't
that
make.
sincerely.
And then she's like, but there's
Also
one
true.
decision. There's one decision that he refuses to make that you can make, and then bam, blood bond, and then bam, he agreed, and she didn't even like,
Say
any
She didn't even
JK.
disdain.
spit on it first. She just went for it. Yeah, it
You
was.
didn't say
Oh,
JK.
but the thing is, she didn't dominate him or anything. It was just like, you can. Here's the. I'm pitching this. You can volunteer, or you can say fuck no. She was rejected by Rory, and that didn't really
Yes, there
phase
are
her.
many kinds of coercive forces, and you used a different one than dominate. It's true.
I
Yeah.
mean, listen, listen. Anyway, so apparently that earned her a stain because she was like zero remorse about it. She's like, I'm gonna take this situation
Yeah,
and
turning people into blood slaves for somebody who's high humanity
it's really
shouldn't
bad.
sit right with them. It just shouldn't sit right with them. Like, it's not as bad as Diablerie where you just auto lose a humanity, because you're stealing people's
It
soul when
should.
you do that. But like,
Sasha has it in her mind that she can use this to
like
protect
if
Zoran from his own
Ashley
bad
blood
decision.
bonded somebody, I probably wouldn't have given her a stain.
No, it's fair, but that's fair. There was a shift. I can tell you when that shift happened, but there's a shift in her mindset about needing to manipulate the situation.
Control the situation, you might say.
I would say protect the people she cares about from their own bad decisions. Hey, look.
I love Scott's face. He's just like, oh yes, quintessential vampire stuff happening going on here.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So we left with Sasha blood bonding Zoran and then being like, gotta take this, bye. And presumably she took off into the night, but we actually don't know. I had
Yeah.
bail, so she either
Yeah,
is
so
still standing there with him. Like,
that was like 1 solid hour of IRL time.
Yeah.
For like the role play that unfolded. So like that could have where the night was and stuff. Like Sasha could be out of commission for like a couple hours, whilst the rest of the coterie sort of goes through what they were
So I
doing
feel
for
like
that evening. Go on.
no, I was just gonna say we can if she's out of commission for a couple of hours, there could be other things they would have said to each other that doesn't have to be on camera. You delivered the important information. Like, why the fuck did he show up again? That's
Well,
the important.
yeah, and I destroyed you emotionally, which is really the most important part of any good GMing experience. But speaking of destroyed emotionally, no, I'm kidding. I tried to. There's what's called the bad segue game when you podcast, where you just like
Yeah,
segue.
this is a bad segue for
Bad segue.
sure because this doesn't make any sense.
It's the bad segue game. So
Yeah.
speaking of emotional damage, Ashley, what was Ashley Dame doing? Sort of when last we saw her, the last sort of beginning of the evening.
Ashley ended up going to see Annabelle. Annabelle and her kind of made friendly friends. Ashley's gonna try to become the Ventru Primogen for some fucking reason.
Which was kind of like cool, I thought, because you were like, "Wait, what?" Like that was pretty good, yeah.
And then she had to host the prince at her house, and so the prince is at her house, and they talked, and he's just like, "Yeah, you just have to convince the Malkavian to side with you," and yeah.
Was
And
it
then
Sun?
then there was blood sport in the backyard.
Was it Sun the Malkavian? Scott, who's the without me looking
Sun.
over? It is
Yeah.
Sun, right?
Yeah.
Jason Newberry, aka Sun.
Yeah, Sun.
Sun.
He is a special kind of character, buddy.
He's pretty great. Pretty great. So what was actually laid out is like, well, you could try to like sort of get support from like a handful of other Primogens.
Mm-hmm. Or
but if
go
you
for the
if you just convince Sun though, like
yeah.
you've got Annabelle. If you convince Sun, you're as good as Primogen. And so I actually imagine Ashley sort of sitting there with like a snifter of brandy, except it's not brandy. Considering like I can imagine her right now.
Oh, maybe it is brandy.
I mean, if you blush a life, sure.
No,
if you're
her
low
name
humanity,
is Brandy.
Hey, I see what y'all did there.
Her name is Brandy. What are you talking about?
Pun XP will now be once per month. By the way,
Oh, whoa!
you guys have like
No.
121 XP
I feel
at
like
this
we've
point. So
I feel like we've only played like once a month recently. I'm just saying. I feel like you should just give it to us every session still.
I don't know, dog. All right, so yeah, you would have time to visit Sun this evening, should you wish.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the next thing after most of the blood sport is done that she'll probably go find Sun. She's also wondering what the fuck Rory's up to
Yeah.
because yeah, and speaking of Rory, what the hell is Rory up to?
Well,
I
yeah.
think
Let's say yeah.
Damon
Well, I
was
guess we
next.
could say we can let's do Damon first because I had to kind of
Okay.
I had to imply a lot and I did my Damon impression. I think I deserve XP for that. Um and I kind of threw in some Easter eggs for Scott specifically in there.
Mm.
So let's see where Scott's head is at, kind of what he let him fill in the blanks or yes and it or take in any direction he wants with where Damon went off to and where we might pick up with Damon this evening. Damon could be on Rory's trail after he took care of his personal business, and he could end up at the theater in a delay. He could go with you to Sun. Like, you're flexible in what you get to do, Scott, because you weren't here. I call it the gray blob rule. Gray blob rule protect, but it also like allows you to be anachronistic and just be wherever you need to be. Because I don't know what you would have done. So we'll make it work with whatever you want to do. But yeah, fill in some blanks. Yes, and whatever I did. Yeah.
So part of it was getting more firepower stuff because of plans that I'd like to do within Chicago. I also started the groundwork for a continuation of the Anubis MC type of brand in Chicago because I need a reason to and foot soldiers and places to put stuff to further doing what we're doing as far as anti-werewolf and other plans. I do kind of want to find Rory because Rory's magic stuff has piqued my interest for other endeavors I'm looking to do. It's never bad to have a Tremere on your side in one capacity or another. So I would probably be trying to locate Rory wherever he is after I was done doing my stuff.
Okay. And you spoke with a contact, a follower of Set. Sorry, what are they called now? Ministry is what they're called now. Sorry.
They're called the best friends.
Yeah, Sin's best friend, really. Temptation's best friend. They're really cool because they remind me of this one character in the Constantine comics. Sorry, I won't go on that tangent.
Which one? Sorry.
The dealer.
Or Crowley from
Yeah.
or Crowley from Supernatural. Yeah, they're so fucking cool.
What do you need? What do you need? I got you.
Yeah, my definitely not my issues 1 through 13 of Hellblazer right here behind me. One of my absolute favorite comics of all time.
I thought those were my options too.
I still have to get like the last 4. Like that's the original run, and then they like, kind of kept it going after they did the reset, and so I didn't have like a chunk of them, but now they're all finished, so I got to get them. All right, which brings us to Rory.
Yeah, okay. Well, we went to the club because people had to do stupid real estate things, I guess. And
I
that
had
was
debts
the
to
thing.
pay, homie.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. I got dragged along for I don't know why. And then that happened. And then we left. And when we were leaving, there was a guy talking to Sasha. I don't know what that's about. But there was a guy. She seemed fine though. She's a big girl. We went home. And fucking PB&J decided that it was time to come like hang out and have a party, and that's not great because I got shit to do. So later, peanut butter, we gotta go see a theater about a woman. So I made my happy way down to the little semi-local theater to maybe see if I can't get Janet to just fuck right off into like Zimbabwe or something. And it's creepy and weird and full of ghosts. Real ghosts. It's actually a haunted theater, y'all. It's great. I'm gonna die. But this theater is so fucking cool.
See, I'm trying to remember how much I described to the theater because I know I was like rushing at the end of the session to kind of get out of there, and I wanted to save a lot of it for like a full session for you.
Yeah,
It was
but
just spooky and dark, I think.
it's full haunted. Yeah, because I've got Ghost Side on, so there's definitely just ghosts just chilling.
and you were seeing these sort of like shadow,
Yeah,
sort of remnants,
Yeah.
sort of streaking around and stuff, and yeah. All right. So let us begin. Actually, real quick with something I had promised and foreshadowed, which is Bloodsport mini game.
Oh god.
Yay! Bloodsport mini game. Bloodsport mini game.
All right. So like so first up, you have like a handful of contacts you can make up on the spot who are decent fighters or whatever, that you can elect to sort of be your prize fighter. Wretch, for instance, pull if you wanted to pull from your basement Nosferatu or whatever.
They gotta
And
end their keep.
yeah. Or a you name it right now basement Nosferatu that like obviously has always been there. We know about it, and you just like, oh hey Stan, and like they just come in, right? So whatever, you can do something along those lines. So really just like kind of like Mortal Kombat style, choose your fighter. And then we're gonna play like a little bit of a mini game with a quick dice pool.
I
And
like Mortal Kombat.
and we'll have some stakes.
Ooh. Uh,
This
I'm
is
gonna say
the
there's.
whole coterie can get in on this.
I
It's
think.
like
I think there's
we're in
like
the
just a
meta right
random.
now.
You know what? Sam.
A ghoul? Ooh. All right.
Sam's pretty stacked.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sam 3, huh?
Sam 3.
Okay. All right.
I think you got his character ghoul sheet thingy.
I've beefed him up a little bit too.
Yeah, I don't have the update.
All
So
right.
I don't know.
So he's a ghoul going against a vampire, so I'm going to give you a -1 to your dice pool.
Okay.
It would be more, but he's Sam, so it's only a -1. Okay.
It's Sam.
Each one of you will contribute a single die to the dice pool for this. Okay. You can any individual, not all of you, in any given round may elect to take a hunger test, and you'll gain the effects of getting hungrier elsewhere in the night or whatever.
Mhm.
You just get peckish. It's not like a direct beast thing. You're a vampire. You get hungrier, so it's not directly related to the fight. The way I tend to have hunger related to what's going on. So it's not directly related to that, but you may opt to risk it, and you can increase it by a die. It's not the same as surging, right? You can also spend willpower on Sam's behalf. And what we're going to do is it's an arm wrestling mechanic I came up with a long, long time ago. It's essentially imagine you have a little gauge. You got neutral, winning, having won. Like winning, win, right? Neutral, losing, lost. All right. And so essentially it's a best of 3, but it can go back and forth. All right. Other
Yeah.
systems have since ripped me off with something called like skill challenges and shit like that. But it was just a simple arm wrestling mechanic I came up with for Rift's New West so long ass time ago when like Borgs would be arm wrestling and shit. They would do it with strength tests, and in this case, it's a coterie dice pool. So if you all want, you can individually roll your die, or you can elect to have one person roll all the dice. That must be decided, and then be consistent with it.
Should we all individually or?
If you want do you want everyone to participate?
That's what I'm
and have more
asking
fun?
everyone.
About were we all getting around? Or
You'll get at least 3 rounds. Okay. But it can go. It can jockey back and forth because it's
okay.
Fighting and stuff.
I mean, I think one person rolling is probably faster.
All right, let's keep it clean.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as for the stakes, I'm thinking should Sam win the blood sport, I will give everyone a free specialization of their choice in an existing skill. Should you lose, everyone's automatically going to gain 2 hunger.
Jesus.
Oh no, that's
You
Maybe
can
I should
elect-
have fought instead of Sam.
You can elect now to not blood sport.
I'm gonna blood sport because I'm bored.
Yeah.
And 5 hunger can be real interesting with what
Anything?
I need
What-
going on
what
with
you can do.
Sasha.
Do we want to do Sam or do we want to do like a Nosferatu?
Oh,
or...
you already chose. It's too late now.
Okay, well, we're blood sporting, I guess. All right. Who's going to roll?
I
Who's
need
better
to
at
have a
rolling?
pen where I'm not fidgeting.
Who's better at random number generation?
Who's better at rolling the dice?
I don't know.
So our whole
I don't
pool,
want-
the pool is 3.
Yep.
3. Yeah.
Then you can surge for to get it to 4, and anyone can willpower to reroll 2.
I
I
will
think we
surge
said
to get it-
I think we said 3 dice because I'm tired of all the inconsistency. So I just said willpower is always 3 dice.
3.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. Okay, so it's it's like rousing the blood, but only 1 because it's not really.
It's
okay,
not
what
you directly, right? Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Right. I succeed.
There. Now I have to save the rest of the Baja Blast.
Okay. I succeed. So there's an extra 1 in there.
All right.
Okay.
So you have a dice pool of 4. All right. So basically, where is this, Rory? This is kind of your pet. Where is you're not there to officiate?
Yeah, Rory, you get to
yeah,
roll.
But where is this? And what
This is your
what's the
blood
setup
sport.
for the blood sport? Like paint me a picture with your words of the blood sport arena, the crowd, like all that.
Yeah. So in the backyard, we
have 5 fences.
Yes, very high fences. Yes. Because we have illegal blood sports in the backyard. But there's a small amount of like stadium seating, and where once was like a very large gazebo is now just a fighting ring.
The octagon.
Yeah, they took
Yeah.
we took off the roof.
Yeah.
We added, instead of the bars, we kind of replaced it with stakes and like ropes
Yeah.
and like mats at the bottom.
It's semi-modular depending upon like if it's cage night or something, So
It's cage night. We have to have high stakes for PKJ.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is cage night for PKJ, isn't
All
it?
right,
Oh,
then yeah,
man.
and yeah. Some of the basement Nosferatu bring out like the cage.
And for some reason, Sam's just like, why not?
I'm feeling frisky.
I'm feeling frisky. I'm feeling some type of way. Maybe he was trying to impress Rory, and then he realized Rory wasn't there, and so he couldn't back out.
All right. So Sam's in this. I'm curious. I'd almost imagine like a conversation earlier on in the night, maybe because he's a little what's the word, not soft on.
He's quiet.
No, I mean like he likes Rory. Like
Yeah.
we've had that, like, at least platonically, but
Yeah.
perhaps more. But like he likes Rory. Like he's got they've had like a lot of really solid interactions. So like I'd imagine earlier on in the evening, maybe pre Annabelle, like him talking about his frustration at his brother's, finding out his brother's alive and abducted, and like he could blow off some steam type thing. And he's
Did
just
we
like,
tell him?
if you didn't, he found out.
Okay.
He found out. Yeah, he found because he
Okay.
approached me about it. He
Yeah.
approached
Oh shit,
Ashley
that's
about it.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. And like he was like baking bread, and stuff like that, and like all the,
Was
like,
he?
because he
What?
cooks.
Rage
What?
baking. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
Was he
rage baking. Yeah,
stress baking?
he was stress baking. And so his normal copes weren't working, and maybe Rory's mind wasn't on it or whatever, but maybe he said in passing, "Well, it's cage night tonight," type thing. And so that maybe put it in his head that like he could blow off steam that way. But then there was like a sort of a 1-2 punch where found out PKJ is coming, and he wants to make Ashley look good too.
Thanks, buddy.
And so at some point he's like, "Yeah, he takes off his rather nice blazer, and he's got the just sort of like suit shirt, like
Suspenders.
white, the white suit shirt and the suspenders, and he rolls up the cuffs. He's got the suspenders, and he's like,
Changes his boots to freaking
oh no, oh no,
old school.
nope."
Oh
He's
no,
still wearing the like dress shoes,
go off.
Um, he's like, "I'll make you proud, miss," he says, and he takes his glasses off and folds them up, and he sets them down with his blazer. Oh,
Yeah.
here. And he
Don't
walks over to the
get
cage.
killed. Obviously.
I'll try my best, ma'am, or miss. He goes over to the cage, and then he takes his shoes off and places his socks inside the shoes, so he's barefoot inside the suit with the suit pants, the thing, and he gets in the cage like on his side, and he takes one of those like really rigid stances, like almost like old school pugilist, but slightly modified. Um, like you can hear his like the knuckles, like a little bit modified. Instead of up here, he's here though. And you can hear like his his muscles sort of tense, and joints crack and relaxes in that sort of supernatural sense way that all vampires have, at least a little bit, because they're predators, right? As he takes his stance, and the other side of the cage opens. The camera cuts back to PKJ, who's sitting in the, what would be the sort of VIP setup next to Ashley. And he says, it seems the other side of the cage, our reluctant sheriff decided that if anyone were to be Sabat informant, that this gentleman over here might be it.
Oh, thank God. I thought the sheriff was
Oh no, the sheriff
joining in.
would
I was just like,
destroy
why
Sam.
would I'm like, fuck you?
Oh
Why is
no,
the sheriff there?
the sheriff would destroy Sam. Like,
Yeah, I know. That's why I was just like, ugh. But okay, just some dude who might be a
yeah,
Sabat.
he's a caitiff, vampire.
Interesting.
You can see he's a little ragged, a little more disheveled, like as if he was embraced on the tail end of a bender. He just he looks like he's in just a permanent hangover. But he goes fangs out almost immediately, rushes Sam, and we're gonna get our first dice roll.
Okay. Yeah, go,
All
Michael.
right.
Four
All right.
die. Also,
4 dice.
while this is happening, can Ashley do like an awareness roll, like an intelligence awareness roll to, because a caitiff is kind of interesting as a individual who'd probably not care. The same with like a thin blood, probably. Whenever it came to like Camarilla, Anarch,
Well, so if it is
Sabat.
a quote unquote shovelhead,
Yeah.
Sabat have a habit of just getting foot soldiers by basically knocking them out, turning them, and just setting them loose.
Yeah.
Hence, caitiff.
Caitiff. Yeah.
If that's the case,
I was gonna. This was not for the person in the thing. This was like towards PKJ to be like, is this just some random guy that he doesn't like that said the wrong fucking thing to him and just shoveled him up and is like, let me get rid of him this way.
our sheriff is not the sort, he says. He doesn't use his position for personal vendettas. What was the dice roll intent, by the way?
Well, I was thinking like an awareness, intelligence, thinking like kind of like a history between the two of us, or maybe like a wits
Insight?
awareness or insight.
Probably.
Oh yeah, insight. And I could do
The
insight.
history between you and PKJ.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
to
Yeah,
be
roll.
like, yeah, let me actually see if this is actually a thing. All right, I'm gonna do that's my okay, and then intelligence. So yeah, all right.
And yeah, these fights typically aren't death matches because when everyone
Well,
dies, you can't have
Yeah.
people come back.
Well, it's one of the traditions is vampires aren't supposed to kill each other.
Yeah.
That too, yeah.
4 out of 5.
Like a fight to torpor is pretty
Normal.
pretty high in. So what exactly are you probing for? Your history with
Like kind of pulling on our history of knowing each other and be like, is this guy bullshitting me? And basically trying to test to make sure I don't fucking question him. Like, is this one of his like first tests to be like, oh, you want Primogen? Don't question this
It's
type
possible.
of situation.
It's actually it's quite possible.
Mm-hmm.
PKJ's like savvy. Like he is kind of the definition of cunning, and I like to put him as like this is the player character who becomes Prince, not through like power, but like superior role playing. Like the PKJ is connected, informed, smart. Like if his brain could fisticuffs, he would be the undisputed champion of Chicago. Like he's a very savvy and connected individual. It's possible he's feeling you out by suggesting that this could be a Sabat informant. And the position the Camarilla have taken on Thin Bloods and caitiffs has softened a little.
Yeah.
It used to be like kill on sight, basically. So
Yeah.
like caitiffs are still pseudo viewed as like a,
But Thin Bloods are like,
they're not kill on sight anymore. Is what it is. Like,
yeah.
they used to be kill on sight because their whole like ties to Gehenna, like as part of the Gehenna prophecy, is like when there are more Thin Bloods, Gehenna's imminent type thing. Basically, when vampires walk in the sun, Gehenna's imminent. It was like the old Nodist shit. Caitiffs have like a stigma around them, but they're not like kill on sight. There's like just a stigma around them.
Yeah.
Because they represent a potential disruption to the Silver Tower and the hegemony, basically. They step outside the rank and file of that Camarilla prefer, and that's why caitiffs are usually looked down upon and stuff. But they're not in the same tier or category of like Thin Bloods. But yeah, Thin Bloods are basically second-class citizens now, and though not, and caitiffs will always have that like taboo. But
Okay. All right.
um,
And I think Ashley just looks at the prince and is like, "Hey, all right. I mean, as long as we get one Sabat off the street."
all right. What was the roll, by the way?
It was 4 out of 5. It was a insight intelligence.
No, on the fight hand.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. On the fight. 3?
Tie goes to player.
3 successes.
So Sam, like the Sabat in quotation marks, charges Sam, and Sam does a pretty classical judo move. Basically grabs his arm, rolls him up, and flips him onto the ground in a classic, what is it, kasirigami or whatever it is, the armbar. Roll again. So he is now in the winning position.
Do we have to roll each time to rouse the blood to get 4?
No, we'll
Nope.
just roll
Okay,
it.
cool.
We'll let it roll it through the scene.
Word.
All right, so you are now
Alright.
in the. We went from the neutral position to the winning position.
Yes.
Continue winning.
4. Let's go.
So you
Yeah.
that one you take clean, and basically,
Sam.
basically
Let's go,
Sam pops his shoulder out of joint and then rolls on top of him, like pinning his other arm with his knee, and just starts ground and pounding him in the face, activating his bit of potence that he has access to, and just ground and pounds this guy's face until it's mush and he's in a in a light torpid state.
A little dazed and confused.
Yeah, he
Casual.
probably stopped. I don't know how brutal your blood sport is in front of the prince, but it probably doesn't go like to killing, is obviously no, because it violates one of the traditions. But it probably does. You probably don't torpor the guy. He probably gets an opportunity to tap out. So he's just like,
Yeah.
and it's almost like that scene from Fight Club where he's like, I just wanted to destroy something beautiful. If you're familiar with that scene, Sam
Mhm.
goes full Ed Norton. He's like, I just wanted to destroy something beautiful type thing, and his fists are caked in blood, and his shirt is. He looks down.
We'll get it dry clean, Sam. Don't worry.
No dry cleaner can fix this. I don't even think I could fell snap.
I'll buy you more shirts.
He stands up, walks over towards the cage, and like just the basement Nosferatu, kind of stunned, just like open and let him out. And there's like a hush over the crowd as everyone is. Folks who are invited here are decently familiar enough that Sam's a ghoul. They know, in fact, that this is Ashley Dame's ghoul.
I think Ashley just sits up a little bit straighter, and she's just like, "Yeah, bitch, that's right.
You get a couple like
don't fuck with me."
You get a couple of those like sort of like wounded dog looks from people in the audience who had questioned, just how stable or like you have an air of propriety to you. You have the lineage. You are an established, longtime Chicago, sort of native. One of their true blue bloods. And you have those people who always wonder if it's just a nepotism thing or if you have legit cred. And in that moment, a few of those doubters just got their answer.
Look, man, I know what I'm fucking doing. Hey, Sam 3 got his position via nepotism. I'm just saying.
Sam 3 definitely did get his position via nepotism, but I actually, having a familiarity with all three Sams, Sam 3 is my favorite.
Sam 3 is pretty cool.
There's no question that Sam 2 like eats rocks and shits gunpowder. Like he is, he is a badass. Um. Uh. But I like the sort of underdog vibe of Sam 3 a little bit. Like I like it. I don't know. He's just got this like accidental human quality that it came out organically, and I haven't had that opportunity with Sam 2, I suppose. Um and sorry Charles. It is not in Sam's nature to like go bonesaw on the audience. Like no, he would be absolutely about his business. He beats the guy up,
Yeah.
stands up, comments on how he's not getting that stain out even with Fell's Napa, and he sort of walks, grabs his glasses, and from Ms. Dame, um, I still have a pumpernickel in the oven.
Somewhere where he's excited.
You did good. Go relax, go take a shower and everything, go get changed, and go enjoy your bread.
Do you need your refreshments? Do you need a refresh? He is now looking at Prince PKJ. PKJ is. Let me roll some dice here. He is trying to hide his surprise and doing a convincing job, but for somebody familiar with him, it's coming through the seams a little bit.
I think Ashley just looks at him and is like, "You doubted me?"
It's almost, you say that, or is that like a look like you?
Yeah, I think it's a look. I think she's like,
Yeah, right on. Yeah, he kind of really like catches your look in kind, and is just like, and it's almost one of those sort of like familiar exchanges. Like this isn't propriety, this isn't etiquette. For a moment you are friends again.
yeah, it's like
With
the 80s all over again.
Yeah, for a moment you're friends again. He's not Prince anymore. You're not you're not vying for the Primogen slot. For a moment you are friends hanging out in the 80s, right? And he just kind of gives you one of those
Torturing
like,
people, no big deal.
yeah, whatever,
As you do.
As you do.
and he just kind of gives you one of those like, just like, huh, damn, like, just like I'd forgotten how cool you were type things.
Oh God.
No, that'll be all right, Sam.
Have a good bread.
Have good bread. Have good bread, Sam. Have good pumpernickel, Sam.
Rage baking is probably my new favorite term I have heard in a
People
life.
people do it. That's the thing. People rage bake all the time.
That's amazing. See, I sad cook. Like when I'm depressed, I'll like cook a really like
No, I know
in-depth,
people who
intense
rage
meal.
bake because you have to punch down dough.
That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Yeah, no, I made the Sunday gravy on a Tuesday. Like I was making tomato sauce for like 3 hours or 2 hours.
Nice.
I lost track of time. It's
That is-
actually still simmering on the stove right now. Those stuff I didn't
Ew.
use for my stuffed shells, it's still simmering. The gravy, it's gotta marry the flavors.
Mhm.
All right.
Good job, Sam. I'm so proud. Good job,
You may
Michael.
all.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah,
I rolled
Yeah.
good dice.
I was
rolled
rolling.
the dice.
I was rolling 6 dice to put it in perspective. So, you were given your you bet. You have won, so you may take a specialization in a skill you already have. Just the one daughter, the first one. Specialization of your choice. If it's related to the scene, that's cool. Like you suddenly have slightly better etiquette or brawling because he put on a clinic and beating this guy up. Like I don't know, whatever it is. And I think that gives us an opportunity. So Damon did his little thing with his stash. I don't think that would have taken the entirety of the evening. Michael, do you mind if I have Damon show up at the theater with you, or do you want this to express to be a solo thing?
Oh, that's fine.
Like, I'm curious. No, it's totally your call. Like,
I
if you
mean,
wanted it to be like I went off into the night to do the thing, then I will maintain that your intent.
Or I'm going to
I
go to the
mean,
Bloodsport thing. I'm going to beat somebody's ass. One of the two things can happen.
I mean,
If you guys
the
thought Sam
intent
was pretty sweet
was
about
to try to
Pumpkin,
go off alone, but Rory's not exactly, a very good sneaky boy. So
You're dealing with a gangrel who,
yeah, like I have silent powers now, but I'm not good at not being sneaky.
do I
So,
do I spoil how the best gangrel keep tabs on people? It's vermin in the city, like talking to like
yeah.
bugs and rats and shit. Like that's why they're really good at their job. Urban gangrel are like fucking terrifying. Speaking of, there's one.
Wait, no, if Damon wants to like follow Rory, be like, the fuck, bro, that's fine.
I think Damon getting his. Oh, I think Damon would be excellent in a cage fight too.
I'm going to say, you guys thought Sam was cool in a cage fight.
Damon could beat the cage.
All right. I kind of liked the sassy buddy cop dynamic that was developing between Rory and Damon anyway. So I'm gonna Deus Ex Machina a bit. All right. So we will find Damon's
Quick break
little
first.
You want to take a quick break? We can take a quick break. Yeah, we can take a quick break.
Yeah, I need to pee real bad.
No, we'll take a quick intermission then. Thank you for asking this time instead of waiting for me to have a break. It's like I've been holding it for
I'm
one
about to have
entire
my own
hour.
hour of RP, and I'm like, hold on.
Could have disappeared if it was an hour of RP, like in the middle of my thing.
All right, we will be right back, chat gang. See you in about 5-10 minutes. Spicy. What did you do with your free specialization, Damon? Etiquette?
The
Persuasion.
shade. The fucking
Specialization in utensils under etiquette.
Oh no!
Wow. I wish I had my clack fan. Jeez Louises.
Oh my god!
Amazing.
How shady as fuck.
He does not deserve getting roasted like that. He just got here.
I
He
know.
barely shows up to games and you're already roasting him.
So
Bro.
so Damon, one of your birdies, and birdies is a
Literal term.
colloquialism. It's not literal on the types of tabs you
He
keep
doesn't
around the
talk-
city.
He doesn't talk to actual birds. I'm a little disappointed.
Mentions like because you left the coterie house and you're like, okay, I was gonna go back to the coterie house and talk to our Tremere. I had something on my mind after I pick up the stuff for the drop, right? Well, it's like, oh, he left the coterie house. He went to that sort of thing, and that's how you kind of get a beat on him. You don't have to tell them that you have spies in the city watching the coterie for you.
I mean, there's lots of stuff we haven't told anybody yet.
But like, I mean, to be fair, the
Spoilers.
last time it helped you help them not die. So
True.
you're just a bodyguard who takes his job.
I also find it ironic that the Tremere is saying I have etiquette issues when I was not the rude one in our first encounter.
Didn't he just like threaten to kill you outright? He's like, "Yo, I'm
Over
going to
and
kill you."
over and over and over and over. And I'm like, is this really what's gonna happen? And he's like, yeah. I'm like,
Like, if you didn't have the green arrow above your head right now, you would be dead.
or he would be.
No, I mean like that. Your comment from then, that was great.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's like I said, I'm gonna Deus Ex Machina it a little bit. The how of it's not as important as what's about to happen at the theater. So let's get these two together. All right.
We have a date.
Yeah. At a theater, classic, really. I'm a big fan of the movie and a date type thing, but that can be high
Kitchen
pressure.
show.
Yeah. Coffee, really solid first date too. By the way, if you're looking for dating advice, don't listen to the shitty incels on the internet. They're wrong about everything.
Oh, I was like, don't listen to me.
Oh shit! I forgot to turn the music off. I'm sorry. What's that?
This is
I said, don't listen to me.
the mandate for a mandate.
Mandate.
See, this is what if there was ever a quota on pun XP, you would just get this over and over and over and over and over and over, and then eventually be like, all right, no more puns until the entire episode is then puns.
Well, see, and here's the thing: is like It's not that I'm trying to incentivize puns and going for them. I love puns and I'm rewarding them anyway.
I hate puns, actually.
Puns are a reward in and of themselves.
I just do it because everyone
you've
else is
chosen
doing it.
poorly in Friends if you hate puns.
Which
I
really
think
interesting is the number of puns I laid in Chad's game when I was the duck game, and
Oh my
Shelly just
God.
rolling her eyes at me the entire time, and that's really how
Hey.
we became friends. Was her
It's
hating my
true.
puns.
Just me fucking hating you. Not hating you, just
No,
hating your puns.
Yeah, just so many duck puns. All right.
Fucking hell.
All right,
All
all right.
Did he drive you quackers?
So we find ourselves back in a old theater, one of those places that has been it was sort of a classic theater, as in like play productions and such like that ended up over time being retrofitted to become a movie theater to kind of stick with the times, and has since become run down. So it still has its edifice and history as a sort of thespian stage, and there are indeed the sort of primary theater where you'd find your triple IMAX production, yada yada yada. They still had maintained a really solid like production play area, with like sets and curtain and so on and so forth. It's we'd already had Rory sort of like traversing through the area. He'd come in the main and he'd worked his way sort of toward the wing, and he was ghost sight up, he was seeing this sort of like epicenter of stuff. As I recall, we had this like column that you were sort of pursuing, and we got like a
Yeah.
third person omniscient sight outside, which was that he did not see, but for a horror sense we got this like as I recall. I didn't watch the VOD. I should have watched our own VOD. Because it's been 3 weeks. It's better than taking notes. I believe, and if not, it's something I wanted to mention, so I'll mention it twice if I'm mentioning it twice, or for the first time now. Outside of sort of Rory's POV, we get this, nightly sight of this sort of grand theater. Again, classic thespian that's been essentially updated with the times to have, like five, become a 5-screen theater, and it still maintains its one for the productions in this sort of center, grandest area. And on the outside, we see these tendrils that are melded into the brickwork, and these sort of like the sort of like figureheads, the what would be the stonework that would be like gargoyles, though not gargoyles in this particular building's situation. It's from this era, German construction. It would most likely a lot of like tree sprites and wilderness type things, effigies would be more commonplace than like gargoyles and shit. These tendrils of this sort of noxious black energy actually sort of meld into those little effigies and stuff like that, and each one has this little thin sort of tinsel of silver that is engulfed at the center, engulfed, being crushed, being diminished, depleting, being transformed. Who knows? But the imagery is of this single silver tendril at the center, and this black, almost cancerous light. And rather than penetrating and going into it, or sort of superimposing like we might see with when the ethereal plane or the shadowlands interact with the fleshlands. Those are the world of darkness terms for them, everybody. It melds together. They're not superimposed. This is not the layer cake, but inside this crucible, Rory has a much different point of view. He sees these sort of shadows that are always lingering just out of sort of his point of view, just in the peripheral. That sense of hypervigilance is strong, and though he has long been dead, he can still feel that that sort of predatory sense. The hackles go up. Maybe his hair don't stand on ends. Maybe he doesn't get goosebumps, but the sensation is still there, almost like phantom hairs and phantom goosebumps, right? Like it's very out of body, the sense of danger that he has. Every now and then it ebbs into like a tranquil, though. Like you'll hear like a laugh, classic, disembodied voice sort of laughter, and it'll just seem inert. But then other times you'll catch these shadows that sort of loom above you, like they sort of stretch up, and they, like gravity physics don't apply to them, the way they just sort of lean in and around and over you and make everything seem claustrophobic. And then when you go to look, it's just a rafter. It's just a doorway. It's just a ceiling. Missing tiles in this place again. Closed up and boarded up. They were going to sell it, and it sat on the market too long, and it's not like long abandoned ancient ruins type thing. That's not the imagery you should have in your head. This is a place that's got some lineage. It is of historical significance. But real estate is just a series of bubbles, and this once sought after property just didn't sell when it was supposed to, and so it's just kind of gone through that rotation of people looking into it and trying to buy it, and the more it's sat, the fewer people that have come here, and the longer the projectors have stayed off, the more otherworldly movement has taken over. You walk past one doorway, clearly to like a theater, like a screening, theater, and you hear the sounds of an audience sitting there. An old, like sort of churning hand turned projector. You could hear all of that, and you hear gasps and oohs, and you can hear, the sounds of like an audio system garbled and almost playing in just like an irregular speed, and almost as your brain is about to process any individual sound or make sense of the words or the noises coming out of that theater, as you're about to grasp it, it it, it stops. And then through a corridor opposite, and you've been making your way again towards, you got this column you're trying to go to, like into the basement, as I recall.
I found like a trail to follow for Janet. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This sort of wisp of energy and stuff. Yeah. So you've got this trail leading forward. You're sort of flanked on, sort of, they're offset. They're not directly parallel to each other, but offset. On one side, you've got a theater, and then sort of on the other side, you have a theater, but you have this little gap where there is a corridor. You can go to like, some probably like a maintenance closet and, some stuff. And then would be an emergency exit at the end of it. You hear this sort of like churning, popping, breaking noise. Something's trying to get into the theater, Rory. Something ominous.
Fuck. Yeah, I'll post up on the corner. Just keep an eye on it.
The
Floating
door,
the one fireball I have.
the door sort of bends at the bolt, like where it would be bolted. It sort of bends and creaks, and you can see what the shape of claws sort of carve their way into the door frame, but nothing's making the carving. And then in just a blink of an eye, it swings open. Nothing standing in the doorway. Damon, that fucking door shouldn't have been that hard to open. You don't see Damon. We've now switched point of view. We are Damon breaking in the door. Who is obfuscated and had to pull out his claws when normally just kind of, snapping a chain and pushing open should have worked. It was as if the building itself was trying to keep you out.
I'm really questioning my friends and why they keep hanging out in weird, creepy places.
It's not our fault.
Did you hide, Rory? Did you want to roll a stealth, or do we want to?
Yeah. I'm not very good at it, but yeah.
You want to roll a wits awareness to perceive him?
Dexterity. All right.
I mean, you're a gangrel. No, you didn't go with the Eyes of the Beast thing. You went with other stuff.
2 blood dice, 1 normal dice. Let's go.
How the tables have turned as he
Not a stealthy
Now-
boy.
Now he's the one hiding. And you're the one breaking into a room. Oh,
One
man.
success.
Damon, did you get more than one success?
I'm pretty sure I could. Let me
You know what? I'm not going to let you roll and make this into like a clownish situation. You see Rory sort of hiding behind like a column just out of sight, like his, sort of this mote of flame sort of primed in his hand, and he's doesn't see you because you're obfuscated, just the way you like it. But he's sort of like cautious. I mean, he clearly doesn't know it's you coming through the door, and he is obviously on guard. Something's messed up here. You two have the ghost sight thing too, don't you?
Sure do.
Okay, so as your character is revealed to be a perspective we've had now, we will assume that we got that sort of outside perspective of those black tendrils with the silver tinsel because Damon was surveying the place. You saw that before you came in here. And now that you're inside here, you get the similar situation where, like, it just always in your peripheral, there's these, like, sort of looming shadows that just sort of, like, reach up and above, almost like you're in the maw of a beast. And it's perpetually closing around you.
Once I see him, I'm going to make the comment of, well, this is ironic.
God damn it.
Do you drop obfuscate? Like
Yeah.
right
Hi,
behind
Damon.
him, maybe, or something like that.
You're over there sneaking in the corner, like me breaking in. That's how we first met, buddy. It's like our anniversary.
Well, fucking happy anniversary.
So, what brings you to this creepy place?
A girl.
That seems to be a recurring theme with you, man.
This is a story about a girl
Who brought me to a dangerous place in the whole wide world?
No, now the song's stuck in my head. I know all the words. I know the words. Don't do it.
Are you following me?
Well, I was going to ask you some questions, but now I have more questions.
Well, shit. Sure. I'm looking
We
for
can do
Janet.
first.
She's here somewhere.
All right.
Suppose that you're here
yours
now.
first.
Be helpful.
Sure.
Right. All right. Well, I was going this way before you interrupted with your invisible door opening.
All right, we'll go that way.
This place
We're
is
going to have to
very
practice
fucking
our
hot.
sneaking later, buddy.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to, like, magic my way around it.
Fair enough. All right. Got magic
I'm getting
question? So what
So
does Janet look like?
At this point, I think Janet's like if you see an old woman in here, it's probably Janet.
middle age, well, tail end of middle age, right? Like 50s
Yeah.
or whatever. But she looks good for her age. She's one, like, I don't want to do this, but she's kind of like a stereotypical 50 something artist look. She's got like a sort of the shorter, choppy, like hair that, like, she's leaned into the graying and dyed it kind of like a silver, big red rimmed, cat's eye glasses, sort of a thin frame, bordering on unhealthy, like, not, bordering on unhealthy,
Middle-aged heroin chic. Keep your eyes peeled.
yeah, usually wears like a really like flowy blousey poncho type thing on the top, and pair of slacks or something like that, and nice pumps or married or
I was
whatever
thinking like linen pants.
yeah, linen pants, yeah,
Like big
absolutely.
flowy shirt, linen pants.
Yeah, I'm just
Fucking
picturing the
what are they called? The lesbian sandals.
I'm just picturing Frankie and Grace. Now I'm just picturing the one the hippie one from Frankie and Grace, the Netflix show.
Frankie is a treasure.
Frankie. That's Frankie.
That's Frankie.
Frankie's the best part of that show.
Yeah. Now I'm just picturing Frankie. She looks like Frankie from Frankie and Grace.
I love her
hair-
angry
hair-
painting when she's mad.
Yeah, the hair is different because she's got that again. It's that really choppy, short.
It's so real, dude.
But otherwise, yeah, that's and looks like she could be someone's college professor, like like art
Grandma.
teacher, someone's hip grandma. It definitely is the one who sells you hash brownies at the bake sale and on accident.
Oh God.
Nicholas heard hash brownies. He's got to get out of here. He's got an addiction.
So
Run, buddy.
Oh, not the hash brownies. I'll go down the spiral again. I was just off.
I'll be tripping balls and
my.
seeing Jesus in no time.
Oh my God.
COVID
All
was a hell of a thing.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of describe what Janet Wicks looks like. Who's got her journal? Is it still Ashley or?
It's at the house. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
She might have needed to show shit to fucking PB&J, so I didn't bring the books.
Yeah. I had to show things.
All right. You head basically toward the end of this corridor.
This place is fucking amazing. I wish I had the time to really dig into it.
Which part? The theater or the shadow tendrils?
I mean, all of the above. Like, it's a beautiful theater, and it's haunted, so that's extra cool. Right, fucking there. It's so.
We don't want to know why you're interested in shadow tendrils.
What
Oh.
one adult consenting mage does with a consenting tendril.
How does a tendril even consent? That's what I want to know.
I'm
I
sure
don't know how that's
there's a
done.
hentai all about that.
There's a 1 tap, 2 tap. 1 tap for yes, 2 tap for no.
Oh God.
3
Thanks,
tap for get
guys.
the fuck off me.
This is why you should be watching our show, by the way. Anyone like this is
So you learn how
hard-
tentacles consent.
This is the hard hitting content you can't get on Critical Role.
Or LA by
Consent
night.
is important. Consent is important.
Consent
How-
is the hottest foreplay around.
Even if it is a Cthulhu monster.
I mean,
shadow
Cthulhu
tentacles.
monsters are
If it's-
Cthulhu monsters can give consent. I'm just saying.
Hard hitting.
Very hard hitting consent.
Oh no.
World ending, you might say.
All right.
Oh.
You head down the corridor. Damon, you're experiencing the same things I previously described. Like you walk past that sort of the other theater that was staggered just off to the side of the one Rory had passed before not seeing you enter. And for the theater of the mind's eye, I'm going to assume that your non-automatic obfuscate abilities have been turned off so that you and Rory can, see each other, right? Even if you have one of the most metal powers ever, Silence of Death. The theater blasts and blares like right on cue as you step there. Like just the audio off and then just turn all the way up to where the boards are rattling and a panel from this sort of from the ceiling, where they put those false ceilings up and they put the big tiles and the real ceiling's actually like another 5 feet above, and they do it just to kind of like not have to deal with all the like asbestos and shit that's much higher up and whatever, to make it look cleaner, more posh. One of those panels just falls down in a big chunk and breaks apart, exposing these sort of like old bones of it's a drop ceiling. Thank you very much. Yeah, one of those panels from the drop ceiling just falls with the vibrations from the audio suddenly blaring. And if
Jesus
anyone
fucking tits.
had their auspex on with heightened senses, you would experience a jarring and disorienting, almost stunned like effect.
Goddamn. All right.
So you sure
You
she's still here?
This is the last place the Nosferatu had any kind of beat on her, so I think she's still here. She might not be alive, but I think she's still here. Hopefully she's alive, otherwise this duffel bag was pointless.
you have essentially two wings to this theater, right? You have, you have sort of like two theaters down one wing and three down the other, and then the main theater is actually kind of in the center behind the concessions and the ticket taking booths and all that. In a cascade from the theater, which is essentially the last theater in the wing before you head to where the stairwell or wherever you're being led, right, is up ahead. You can almost imagine they'd be staggered: theater, central area, theater, and they'd stagger that way, with the exception of being in your wing, where that sort of last theater should be. It's whatever it is, equipment room, right? Whatever we're about to find out. In a cascading effect, each one of the theaters blares as loud or louder than the one that you're standing next to right now, in a similar volume, just turned all the way up to max, just incoherent noise all the way down. It's obviously the further away they get, they're not quite as loud to your perspective. And when the final one sort of turns on, they all shift to a familiar sound. Well, for those of you who ever had a CRT TV anyway, familiar to you, just white noise, static.
And we've entered Poltergeist.
Just
Poltergeist, The Ring. You know, good time. Or Saw had Billy pop up shortly after the static.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I'm shocked.
I have a lot of pop culture to catch up on.
Yeah.
All right. We're definitely not fucking invited, though. We are not welcome. Fuck that, though.
Oh, man. You are an astute one.
Hey,
This place is fucked up.
isn't it great?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally love walking around in Ghost Ship. It's awesome.
Ghost Ship, underrated film, by the way. So good.
Yeah.
Again,
Let's find whatever's left of Janet.
Abandoned, not like ancient or dilapidated. This is certainly an old building. I explained the sort of nature of its abandonment. You take that sort of step out of the threshold of this theater, and as you do, it's almost like sort of walking through a cellophane veil. You feel this sort of like pressure and resistance on you that's like a static cling, right? And it's there for an instant, and then it just sort of pops, and you're just sort of through, and the whole theater is out of time. You are, back in its heyday.
Back whenever Ashley was a kid.
Yeah. When it was the first like multi-theater plex for stage plays, not a movie theater. And people are rushing past you, like in the sort of like flapper like style, right? Like and you can hear conversations. Again, indistinct chatter, but like lively. You can't really make out. It's still in tongues. It's just
the people who are rushing by. It's kind of want to like reach out and just like see if I can touch them.
they walk right through your hand.
Okay, all right, we're not quite. All right.
You still hear like you can hear the sort of like like a sort of like slap and like and then like an audience like laughing in one of the theaters nearby, and you can hear the play like the nearby play going on and the sounds you should hear, but you still hear this undercurrent of static under it all.
So what's the plan besides wandering around aimlessly?
I'm following a trail, although this may have just fucked that up pretty good. But
Trail's still there.
yeah,
Um,
I've got a bead on her. She's in here somewhere, or again, whatever's left of her is in here somewhere.
so you sort of like
But
continue.
also maybe the static man is home.
What?
The static man. Do we not? It's been a lot. We haven't actually had a chance to fill you in, I suppose. But yeah, in her books as we're walking, there was a lot of drawings and a lot of references to some creature. Definitely, 99.9% certainly some kind of changeling, probably a she. Yeah, it's a thing. It was also kind of hanging around in the Mirrorverse that poor Ashley was in. So, guy gets around.
I feel like I've seen this on TV once, or twice,
Probably.
or 3 times.
Yeah. New ideas don't exist anymore.
So I'll remix this.
Have you seen the Magicians yet, Rory? The Beast with the butterflies walking through mirrors and stuff. Always had weird buzzing
I
sounds.
did watch that one. Yeah, that
Mm.
show's fucking great. Yeah.
Then you got Alistair, the radio demon, now in has been. So many static men.
Yeah, I did watch a lot of Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah, it's good shit.
It's one less thing I got to show you, buddy. It's good.
The Magicians was directly written to give a middle finger to like Narnia and stuff.
Sure was.
Like, because C.S. Lewis was like turbo Christian, and apparently this author had a problem with that, which isn't the first thing to do it because Golden Compass also was written to give a middle finger to Narnia, Chronicles of Narnia. But Gunslinger and Polar Bear. Total sweet. All right. You sort of pass through another one of these, like I said, these like cellophane frames, whatever it is, and and then you're not sure where you are, or the sort of bustle and ambient noise and stuff of whatever that was before utterly gone, and it's replaced with bones of a building. It's not really it doesn't track with it's not like chronologic. Anachronistic, you might say. It's anachronistic. It doesn't track. This isn't a time period of this theater. It's almost like there was a fire in here and it's gutted it out, and you're just in this sort of hollowed out, like I said, these bones of it, and there's newspapers blowing all around and stuff like that, and one of them sort of hits and clings to Damon's leg.
Oh, yoink. That's real enough to touch. Grabbing that.
If that says Silent Hill, I am probably going to leave you here.
Fair enough. I read the newspaper clipping.
It says Quiet Dune. No, it's like murderer, like at large type thing, you know, like a bulletin, you know, shows a profile shot of a guy named Anthony. No relation.
Is there a date?
The date part, like where that should be, is like, you know, ragged and smeared and stuff like that.
Fuck, of course.
And reading the gist of the article, essentially, you gather that this person like slays families, like stalks and kills entire families. Is like what he's wanted for, and like to date, he's killed 5 entire families, and said he wouldn't stop until he's got enough to punch his ticket to hell.
Holy shit! The
last
was
family. Go ahead.
there was a fire in this building at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
One eyewitness believes they last saw him at a theater.
Mm-hmm. Can I make a roll on this guy?
Go ahead.
Yeah. That probably intelligence, academics,
I'll allow it.
investigation. I don't know. Like
Possibly streetwise too.
Streetwise.
streetwise.
Yeah.
Going for like a history check vibe. So
Yeah. So, ooh, thank you for the sub. 1 year.
Ooh. 4, 6.
Sorry,
my
2
research
years of support. It was one
not come in. Okay. 3.
You remember hearing something in the 80s about like a family terminator? They have a name. There's one name for when you kill your own family. I can't remember what it is in true crime. And then there's another, like, it's literally called a family exterminator when you kill your own family or whatever. There's another name for a serial killer who goes around like and does these sort of like family style killings. You seem to recall this was a real and actual crime spree in the 80s, or a serial killer scare in the 80s. Guy never caught, remained at large.
And the fire was also in the 80s?
With 3 successes? I mean, there's a lot of fires in Chicago, dog. But yeah, theater fire around that time sounds about right.
Huh.
Out of curiosity, Shelley, when did Ashley find her replacements?
In the 90s. They were like 23?
In the 90s?
Yeah, they were like 23 in 1998, 97, 98.
Okay.
So they weren't old enough. I think they were like, I think I put that they were born in like 1970
It wasn't my
something.
intent. It wasn't my intent that it was the Anthony is the part I was trying to get at. It was
Mhm.
more of a bracketing of stories, how they're similar types of stories carry through time is what we're going through here, for here. And also Anthony being a particular sensitive issue for Rory, and so it's just there's a harmony there.
Just digging in.
It's
just
about the
digging in that hole.
harmony. It's about the harmony of it, not the
All right. Well, I fully expect this to no longer exist at some point tonight, but just in case, I fold up this clipping very carefully, put it in my pocket. We'll play with that later. Wow. Like, I've read about places like this, but fuck. This is amazing.
You should hang out with more Hakata then. I got a buddy in Milwaukee who does weirder shit like this all the time.
Um,
Well, yeah, we're fucking vampires. We do stupid shit. No, this is something else. That's why it's cool. Anyway,
I got a tree to show you, dude.
this
Got a
place is
tree
so
to show you.
distracting. Fucking on a mission. Trail. There it is. All right, let's go.
And follow in line.
But yeah, we should definitely talk about Milwaukee at some point. That seems like a whole fucking thing.
I got such sights to show you.
I believe it.
all right.
So what's the plan to get out if we keep like time hop skipping? How do we know we can time hop skip out?
I mean, we don't, honestly. I wasn't
Cool.
really expecting this level of haunting. When my buddy told me he wanted us to look at this place, well, he wanted me to look at this place. I kind of figured, maybe at best there was some minor remnants, what I saw upstairs when I got here, just non-sentient apparitions just going through motions. But yeah, no, we could be trapped here. That's but
Too
I
bad you have no
mean,
wizard outside of this thing, huh?
I did also on the fly a ritual to get Ashley out of a fucking mirror dimension. So bet on red, I guess.
That's ironic because I was thinking haunted houses also hate being lit on fire.
Yes, they do. In fact, if you light a haunted house on fire, it pretty much supercharges them. And then they fucking when they're like residual hauntings, then they just set shit on fire, like because they can now. And vampires,
Jalapeno at that point.
yeah, hate fire.
Yeah.
By the way,
I wasn't thinking fire, by the way. This place is too beautiful to burn down.
the killer's full name,
All right, Edgar Allan Poe.
per the paper, is Anthony Ducasse.
Something I should maybe write down.
Just don't write it on that piece of paper that might disappear. That'd be bad.
So you reach the door, the threshold to sort of that door in place of where the other theater should be, and open it up. Waiting for you to be finished with your note. All right. You reach the door.
I'm listening. Yeah.
You feel heat coming off of it. Rory, you and Damon both, you feel the heat regardless of who's like reaching, because it's heat. You feel heat coming from the door.
All right. Let's step back a bit just in case. And I'm going to turn on manipulate.
Okay.
See if I get hungry. Do not get hungry. And yeah, I will telekinesis the door open from a good 25, 30 feet away in case there is a fiery draft.
You did like go back down the hall to get 25 feet in the clear.
All right.
But, I mean, you can do it. And you'd be more kitty corny to have a line of sight on it, so you can and it would.
That's perfectly fine.
Damon,
I'm going to step around a corner and lean against the wall.
cool. You hang on. Yeah, You do so. You open the door. You sort of push it in, and sort of on cue, as the door sort of opens, it just the fire. It doesn't so much explode out as it like sort of undulates and wraps around the door, and then almost like a living creature, and it grows and it spreads quickly, and both of y'all have that twinge of like your beast recoiling from the flame as faster than any fire should move. The entire theater goes up in flame, and you're about to sort of lose yourself to like the to the to the to the to your frenzies when it sort of burns away everything around you, and you're back in the theater as it was before, with the door hanging slightly ajar. uh
Fuck.
Rory, what's your hunger at?
2?
What's your hunger at, Damon?
1.
Yeah.
Rory, your beast. Fuck, cuz I thought we were gonna have to, I don't know, use the big guy as a body shield or some shit to get out of here. You feel that heat? That was very real.
It's great. All right. Doors open, fire's gone. Ugh. Let's go.
Oh man. This is why I say we need to be fireproof. Is all I'm saying.
Famously fireproof.
Wait, is that a thing? Is that a thing we can do? Like, do you like know a guy or something?
We'll talk about it on the way to our Milwaukee trip.
I guess we're taking a road trip at some point.
I mean,
right?
because we can't go to Milwaukee until we get out of here, right?
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Rory, how much do you know about Milwaukee?
I don't think he's enough to like have a passing interest, and like that place is weird. But Rory's also literally never left Chicago and really never had that much of a desire to ever leave Chicago, even after he was like free. So a bit.
So
It's a weird place.
So unworldly, Sasha. And this is the guy.
I think it's funny. He said Milwaukee's weird. It's like, buddy, you just got half chub from almost being on fire.
You think it was only
If you're gonna,
You think it was only
like, I think you're down the weird hole already.
you've completely lost it, haven't you? Maybe.
All right.
Is this where we start singing "What Doesn't Kill Us Makes Us Stronger"? Duet? You think the ghosts will like it?
What does it kill me?
Oh, it was in my head too. I was like,
I don't know that one.
actually one of my daughter's favorite songs.
DMCA.
I love Kelly Clarkson, y'all. Sorry, just had to unmute.
No, that's fine. All right.
What David brings to the group is weird, stupid pop culture references.
I kind of love it. Like we were all wondering where Damon fit in the like the hyper drama of it all, and you gotta have the like tongue in cheek pop culture referencing, smartass, the Pacey,
The Jughead.
I don't know what Pacey does in I've literally never seen Dawson's Creek. I just know
But
Pacey.
you're right though. Yeah. So
Pacey's more light. Is he?
Basically nailed it. He was like the wisecracking, like class clown slacker dude.
Figured. Well, because it's just rules of writing. I don't need to watch it to know like what they're going to do to balance out a cast. The door open before you now reveals, like I said, a room about at the size of a theater, but it doesn't have that pitch like a theater should have. Obviously there's not chairs. It's essentially what would be the real room. It's got these long shelves, where reels would be. Maybe there's a couple hanging out still, or at least reel in cases. Have you ever seen these reels? They're huge, right?
Yeah.
And some other accoutrements for essentially like peak technology 1980s 1990s projection technology, spare parts and so on and so forth, at the sort of, because the shelves aren't fully stocked, you can kind of have like pretty decent line of sight to survey the whole room. You can see
Right.
pretty wide open staircases that go up and would go up and behind the theater, the project, the theaters on this side, and similar, although the stairs less sound. This is more of a scaffolding style staircase that goes up into a uh, more like a walk space that goes back to the other side of the theater, and then you can walk to the walk into the sort of behind rooms, access the back rooms of, or the projection booths of the theaters on the other side of the corridor. Um, Theaters like this also
Thinking.
have other awesome little rooms that get you behind the projectors and stuff like that. And there are also, because it is a classic stage theater, they have a lot of like cool ass pit pit traps basically that go underneath areas and into little crawl spaces and stuff. And
Yeah.
this is a room that hints at some of that extra stuff in certain ways, because you can see like a pulley somewhere, and because you've sort of traversed from the sort of center of the theater over here, you're able to sort of like reverse engineer and connect some of the dots of where this might have went and so on and so forth, as one does when you walk through an area like this. And you
Yeah.
recognize now, without the sort of all the other crap obscuring it the way it is in other places, that there is probably like a network of like pulleys and subfloors throughout this whole place. I don't mean basements, I mean subfloors, like crawl spaces and crap.
Mhm.
If you wanted to get lost in here, you could. And if there were a fire up above, and when you happened to be in one of them, perhaps hiding out, you wouldn't fucking know until you were on fire, coming out for like a drink of water or something. Health code and fire code passing these areas would not have been by more modern standards, and they basically would have had to just wall them off or seal them up. So Rory now, perhaps Damon to a lesser extent, is now kind of connecting that there's probably some walled off, sealed up, like pit trapdoors, basically, for lack of a better term, in any one of those theaters, in all the theaters. In fact, there's underneath the carpet somewhere, uh, so on and so forth. But this is the first place that's sort of, like I said, been stripped of all the of all the crap, so you can just kind of see it, and it was used as again, the real room.
All right. The trail will continue. We.
Yeah. So you have these stairs that go up. You also then have sort of basic sort of utility access that goes down to where, because we're the Midwest, we tend to store most of our utility stuff down. In the South, you wacky fuckers store your shit up. That's so weird to me. Like when there's like a water cooler in the ceiling and stuff, or there's just a utility.
Floodplains, homie. Floodplains.
Yeah, it's a lot less wacky when you dig 6 inches down and you're
I'm
underwater.
I'm just saying. Oh, Florida, where you're in a swamp the whole time. See, our swamp in Wisconsin had the decency to be frozen. Um, so we filled it in with fucking sandstone, I guess, and then like ground it up into sand and just ground up our sandstone back into sand and just threw it in the swamp and built on top of it because we're gangsta as fuck. And now all of our and now with global warming, all of our shit's fucking sinking into fucking. It's awesome because the cold swamp is thawing.
Sounds about right.
But when they built this, they did have a, and I'm not accidentally describing a I definitely wasn't inspired by the H.H. Holmes house and went, what if a movie theater instead? When I came up with this place, definitely wasn't. And if you get that reference, you're a badass. H.H. Holmes being the most prolific serial killer of all time. He has
That's why I was interested. I was interested. You said badass. I was going to say, or
a
you're
monster, like the worst.
or you're a housewife who watches too much murder mystery television during the day.
Look, I like cryptids and spooky shit and all that stuff, and that there's a weird Venn diagram of content creators who make awesome horror content adding true crime to it. So I osmose true crime even when I don't. And
True crime, the most popular genre in America.
it is. And wasn't H.H. Holmes in Chicago? wasn't his murder house in Chicago?
You think so?
Might have been. Sorry.
Goodness. Oh.
I don't know.
His hotel.
This is not H.H. Holmes's house. That's not the reference for this.
We're just in a murder
It's in
theater.
Philadelphia.
Really? Although his hotel was gutted by a fire started by an unknown arsonist.
Yeah.
After his arrest in 1938.
Yeah, after they found out what that place was used for.
Oh, he had it was gnarly. He had literal comic book villain levels of evil going on in his house.
Andrew really likes to try to set us all on fire at some point. He's like, fire.
The
everywhere.
vats of acid. He had fucking vats of acid and furnaces he'd shovel people's bodies into. He had little crawl spaces.
Oh no, his stuff was in Chicago.
It was in
from
Chicago.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought his murder hotel and apparently the lot is still there and part of the home is, and they you can fucking go tour it or some crazy.
There's 27 murders attributed to him.
27. Wow.
They suspect he's in the hundreds. That's what they could convict him of. It's hundreds for what they think. But the thing is he didn't directly kill people. He basically made the whole hotel into a murder machine where it would kill people. We're talking again,
I hate this.
Comic book villain levels of evil with
he's America's first serial killer.
With trap doors and Iron Maiden spikes that came out of shit, like a monster with these chutes that would drop bodies down into the basement so he could cremate them.
And his wife lived there at several years before divorcing him, not realizing all of the stuff that was going on.
Yeah, this guy was a monster. He was a total monster.
So what's happening here now?
So the point is if you knew about H.H. Holmes, how much more this theater should unsettle you. That's why that tangent came up. So,
all right,
it's all part of building a scene. So, there is a utility essentially accessed to head into the basement. Now, this would be a much older basement, so the ceilings aren't even Damon is highly uncomfortable. He's 6'6", 6'7", something like that. It's gonna be stone brick walls, stone brick floor, and almost like a cobbled stone, but then sealed with a special paint sealant. And you kind of go down these chiseled stone goddamn stairs. They're irregular and misshapen. It's that old school. Theater's over 100 years old. That's what you got for the basement. And this is where there's sort of a whiteout of your trail, where there's so much of the energy that you were following that you can't. You basically have to deactivate your senses.
All right. Well, we're very close.
Oh, you're not very close. You found her. So across the way,
Blinded by
you see her body sort of half fused into the wall. Like half fused into it, like she's in a seated position, arms sort of lax at her sides, half fused into the wall. You can see her skin sort of almost like you would imagine if somebody were set on fire while sitting up against the wall would look like. She doesn't look like she's charred or burnt, mind you, but her skin and her body shows the damage of what it would do to you physically without the signs of actually being on fire, if that makes sense.
Ghost fire. Yep, got it.
Yeah. Her brain has essentially turned into modern art on the wall behind her in a cascade outward. And when I say turned into modern art, I mean literally as though her
And earmuffs.
ideas got exploded out of her head and splattered on the wall. You can see the concept arts, the bits of sketches. You see literal art exploded out of her head onto the wall. And where she has been posthumously mutilated. Somebody tried to make an incision to remove, in an unrelated note, her heart, her organs essentially. Her heart is missing. She's not fully splayed open like any sires we've met and other vampires. Just essentially one incision over her stomach, and where intestines should be splayed out, instead movie film, just pulled out and spiraling everywhere.
Well, that's definitely got meaning. Click.
What movie? What movie? What movie?
I was gonna pick up the film and try to look.
Yeah. I mean,
Ooh, this is very important. Village of Lost Children, French flick, amazing.
Interesting.
oh,
Village
Janet.
or City of Lost Children. City
I'm
of
so
Lost
sorry.
Children. There we go. Le Site des Enfants Perdus. In its original French. Fucking shout out to Ron Perlman playing the strong guy in that film, motherfuckers. So cool. Love that movie. Also, it's probably why there's so much wrong with me, as I saw it way too young. Well, not way too young, but
The brain art, what does it depict?
So the central one is a sort of more abstract, wild, and violent version of her drawing you saw of Sasha's first feed. Or painting of Sasha's first feed. Like you've got like your charcoal pastels, your oil your oil pastels and stuff like that. This is brain pastel, is what all the artwork is in.
Is it possible to see if there's still a soul in there?
Ooh. How are you trying to see if there's a soul still in there?
Eamon's trying really hard to talk to some dead thing.
I don't know if that was a soul licking gesture or
Yeah,
like
it's a
something
soul licking
else.
gesture, like
Shelly.
no, not the, but like a
Don't no one clip that shit, because soul licking gesture is now canon.
I am
like you
going
lick the face and you're like,
So how are you
Just
trying
like
to see if
soul.
there's a soul still?
I'm clipping that later. Sorry, Scott.
Okay.
He wasn't
Sounded
the one
worse than
making the
first
face.
one.
I was.
How are you trying to detect if her soul's still there? Sorry, I've got two questions.
I was going to use Oblivion ritual.
Well, you go ahead and look up that Oblivion ritual whilst I continue to talk about the art. So the central piece is Sasha's first feed, and then in a very sort of like Tim Burton spiral out from there, you see like you see a lot of like pieces of sort of what I can only describe as like World of Darkness shit, like canonical shit, like her discovering things that Kine should never see.
She saw one thing and it cascaded.
The veil was lifted off of her eyes and she saw all of the monsters in the dark. And she painted all of them.
You
And
poor
it's
woman.
not like she did it because like she's like, "Oh, sweet art."
She was
It
compelled.
it was etched into her. She, and what came out on the page was the art she bled. She couldn't not. This is a woman who saw something horrible, found out the reality she lived in was a fantasy, and knew how dark and horrible everything got, but without any ability to fucking do anything about it. She did not become a hunter. She did not have her reckoning or her awakening. She did not have her awakening like a mage. None of that. This was a Kine. She didn't become a ghoul. And it's not like, you know, some Kine find out there's vampires. Cool, vampires. She found out so much more. She couldn't not see it all after that. And when you get to the, as you get to the periphery, her images, I need to point out that this is not her art. Like it's not like a concise and like drawn piece. These are not like completed pieces. These are crude, like crude impressions of what the art might have been. These are the inception thoughts, or like a snapshot of
Thoughts thrown on a
what
wall.
of
Yeah.
what her idea was of the art piece. It still reads as, like I said, like a kind of like a charcoal or kind of like an oil pastel, uh but it's very crude, and it's definitely enough to get it, to see it, but it is not like, this is not her gallery art, where you can, it's all the, the details are scrubbed away. um and as it sort of does this like Tim Burton spiral away from her head, it all eventually becomes calculated smears, like somebody trying not to see something and wiping over, or throwing turpentine on the canvas, or taking a brush over it and getting rid of it, these calculated smears. And at the very, very top center above her head, sort of with this almost arcing embrace over all of this art, sort of just on the periphery of the smears, you see him, the Static Man, almost deific, almost like in a Jesus Christ lordly halo pose over it all, the Static Man.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Not him literally, but his.
Yeah.
And it's at that point you recognize two things regarding Janet Wicks's corpse. The first being, her eyes have been clawed out, scraped out, cut out, almost with like an X-Acto knife. Like, these are very thin, like rapid scribbles with a blade. The blood is coagulated and solid, and it's begun to discolor to that burgundy brown, which brings us to the second thing. She's been dead for months.
What?
Gripped
Then who?
in her one hand off to the side is another of her sketchbooks. And
Yoink.
as you yoink it, we'll get to Damon's ritual. Describe to me, paint me a word picture of what Damon does, because I think paint it especially for Rory, quite frankly, because Rory, watching you do a fucking magic ritual is, I think, got to be a fun
So
little.
real quick before you yoink the book, I'm gonna ask. Can I say it for a second? 1 sec. I'll give it right back. Promise.
The book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I get the book, I basically take one of my nails and pierce the end of my thumb, and I leak a little bit of blood on there and start a little bit of a chant. It sounds almost like
Static. No, I'm kidding.
yeah, almost more like a I don't know, Incan or Mayan level ritual instead of a something that would be Western or American,
Mhm.
or something that might be
It's a lot more
common.
like indigenous than like sort of like
Yeah,
Western like ascribed sort of
yeah, because
chant.
this is a um, different type of magic, I guess. And essentially, then I'm going to start asking her in Latin and Spanish to come home, and I want to see if her soul is anywhere near this object of importance to her or her body.
It is trapped inside currently. Like, if the eyes are the window to the soul, and somebody did this horrible thing carving out her eyes and such, they stopped her soul from fleeing.
So your friend's soul is still trapped in this location.
It can't talk to you, by the way. You just through this ritual recognize that, like, if you would be able to commune with the spirits, like pull some Hakata shit, like, you can't. Like, you recognize that the soul is there, but it is trapped and cut off. It is
How
stuck
do
in
we get
her,
you out?
currently fused to a wall, like horror picture body. It
Do
can't
we need to find her
speak.
eyes to get her out?
Be an educated guess.
And I'm gonna give you this one without any rolling. You don't think you can find her eyes? I don't mean they were like pulled out. Again, this is like, like when you get mad at your ex, you have
Oh,
like
they were destroyed.
you have like a
Yeah.
picture, you have like an
Yeah.
old picture. Like, pretend that you're not like a zoomer, and you had physical pictures once upon a time. Uh, like, and you got mad at your ex, and you just took a pen and you just over the eyes. Someone did that to her in reality.
Oh shit.
Like,
Does
with
it
surprisingly little gore for what. Like I said, you can see the dried flecks of the blood coming through the creases, but
like
it
the
should be pouring down her face, right? Like, if someone took
yeah.
like an X-Acto knife and did that.
Does it appear to be self-inflicted?
By looking at her hands or anything.
Yeah.
No.
And okay.
Have either of
Like
you opened the
angle
book
of
yet, by the
cut.
way?
No.
Not yet.
I'm gonna go ahead and hand him back his book because he has more
Thanks.
knowledge about what's inside than I do.
You poor thing. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna crack the book.
Let's cut to Ashley.
In the back of her car, Sam is driving after he got the pumpernickel out. Obviously,
And
it's cooling right now,
right,
and new clothes.
and he isn't. Yes, he's now wearing like a blue suit. It takes a lot of pull off like a nice crisp sort of like classical navy blue suit. You got to have the it factor, and he does tonight.
Exactly. And before she left, she got the address to the to Sun's possible location, possible layer, whatever the fuck, domain in the city
Right.
from the prince. I think there's still blood sport going on. Like the basement Nosferatu or,
Running it. You're
running it. I
yeah,
trust him.
yeah. At some point, Jack, Prince Kevin Jackson would have taken his exit too.
Yeah.
He came to talk to you and take care of some business.
Watch some
But
people get punched out, things like that. There's a light scent of pumpernickel. As you get sucked into the book, it's fucking. It's Jumanji time, but with books.
Should we consider another page in the never-ending story?
Mm.
Tell me what you see.
Oh, book, book.
This is so fucked up, Andrew.
Come here, book.
You're welcome.
But yeah, that's where we're going. We're going to Sun's
Okay.
lair. Jason Newberry, Malkavian Primogen of Chicago.
All right.
Sun's out. Hopefully, gun's not out.
Well, I mean, Ashley just like, yeehaw,
Yeah. Actually, heard double
yeehaw.
Uzis.
It's the double like dragon's breath from the.
Oh yeah.
So,
Double dragon.
double. Oh.
That's his new
Battletoads
code
and
name.
Double Dragons.
Huh?
Battletoads and Double Dragons.
Yeah.
I actually watched rewatched the Double Dragon movie last week.
Oh, that's a
Still holds
movie.
up.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
My mind went somewhere else.
A lot of those old games had movies.
All right. So traveling to Sun's abode, that he'll take callers at, like that he'll talk to people at, finds you traveling to the outskirts of Chicago's, nay, the suburbs.
Oh God.
I know.
Hate the
And in
suburbs.
fact, a rather rural sort of area at that. It's like initially sort of one of those sort of like yuppie cul-de-sac looking areas, but
Yeah.
you go that extra
Half a
private,
mile.
yeah, that extra half a mile, and where there's a little bit more wilderness than neighbors, just a scotch. I felt like I had to say scotch on account of the Midwest descript here. So it's not like complete boonies. Like, again, you can still see the city lights, and you're in the sort of the reflective, the mirrors of Sam's rearview mirrors or whatever. You can you can still see, again, like a cul-de-sac, just a one or two roads back, right? Like one or two crossroads back type thing. And you sort of hit the railroad tracks, which are the telltale sign you've pulled onto. You hit the railroad tracks and then one right-hand turn, and you've got this sort of telltale sign that you are in Sun Newberry's sort of neck of the woods.
Just keep your eyes open, just in case.
Ms. Dame.
Yeah.
I've heard some Be careful with Mr. Newberry.
What'd you hear? I know you ghouls like to talk.
Um, oh,
It's
many.
okay, be plain.
I'm just trying to think of what is substantiated and what is rumor. The worst of the rumors I've heard is he's an addict.
He's a what?
An addict,
Of what?
kindred.
Oh, I see. Well, thankfully we have those dragon breath on us, so things happen. Come guns blazing, quite literally.
I I don't know if it was the princess um intent to send you into the belly of the beast like this, or some sort of proving grounds, or what. I suppose he did give you a choice, but still.
It's a combination of all three, trust me. Knowing Kevin, knowing Kev, he he's trying to test my mettle. You helped kind of alleviate that though.
Yeah, I do what I can.
Thank you.
Am I to accompany you inside? And he's now like kind of at this point pulled up. And Sun's unlike some of the other abodes you've been to. You'd always expect the private drive. No, this is like a cul-de-sac road. He's on the parked on the curb line, and you have a little sort of you have like a little sort of like stone patches, that you'd walk up
Yeah.
to get to the house. One large oak tree in the front yard that's overgrown. A large like 3-stall attached garage and a really big, 3-story house. It does have that sort of like finished third story thing. You can see like a privacy fence, probably a pool. You imagine a pool in the backyard. It's a nice home uh in terms of like structure and location, but there's no landscaper here. You know,
Gotta love the McMansion.
there's no landscaper here. The grass has not been mowed or manicured in a while. The tree is growing wild. Uh, despite like some like maybe decades old attempt at like containing it with like a little mulch and some brickwork, that's all like sort of collapsed and fallen over at this point in time. Uh, it's got that aluminum siding, and even that's managed to have the paint like sort of rub away and and stuff like that in places, as if the Melkavian's very presence is
Making
rotting.
things peel.
Yeah.
I think she takes notes of all of it. And she's like on in her brain, she's like, well, I could have my contractor and my landscaper come out, but I'm too afraid they get eaten and I can't afford to lose them. But I think she makes the note, and she, whenever like Sam gets her, like, helps her out of the car, she looks at Sam and she just says, grab the guns, wait by the tree. If you hear anything suspicious, especially me yelling, come in guns blazing.
He nods. Um, Here. He produces a modified Derringer.
I think going in there with a gun is going to be bad for him.
The intent is that it is easily concealed, more easily concealed than your stiletto even. Uh, it's just a 2-shot Derringer,
Just
but
like a little boop boop.
yep. Like just like again, 2-shot Derringer, super tiny, like looks like an
I,
old flintlock, but it's been modified to fire.
I think
Rather
she
than
has her stiletto on her,
you have 2
and I
stilettos now.
think she takes it like she has like a little, slit in her skirt and everything like that. Her dress. She takes it, make sure it's loaded,
Yeah, rather
make sure
than
the safety's on, and then puts it like in the band, very 90s, like Barbarella, Pam Anderson style, puts it in her like the band of her panty and just
yeah,
like all
yeah,
right.
rather than fire like a Derringer, like a little 2-shot, like flintlock, basically. Rather than shooting 2, it fires a single dragonfire round.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
Had
Fun.
a friend of Damon's whip it up.
Good to know.
Damon just knows Whistler. Like turns out.
Yeah, just knows. Yeah, Whistler didn't die in 1998, 99, whenever.
He got a facelift.
He got a facelift.
How
He lived forever.
No, real talk. Big plot reveal. Whistler is just Smiling Jack, like one of the greatest vampires of all time.
Yeah. But yeah, she I think she walks up by herself, and she kind of, there's probably like a rusted knocker or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Or a doorbell.
Well, there's
She'll
a
ring the
doorbell,
door.
and you hit the doorbell, and there's
It
that
goes,
distinct feeling. The distinct feeling of zero resistance, where you're just like,
oh,
it's doing nothing, right? Like that, like distinct feeling of like, you don't feel that like light vibration of an electric charge being passed. You don't,
yeah.
nothing. This isn't, it's either not hooked up or long corroded, whatever fixins are on the backside of it, and just nothing. And so there is the knocker, not rusted, but like the finish has certainly like just
Worn off.
yeah.
Yeah, I think she goes and tries the doorbell first and knocks like 3 times and just stands there with her hands in front of her.
Look, there's
Right.
cliche and there's classic, and I'll let you decide on which one it is. You knock 3 times,
And then
and
the
you
door
step.
fucking opens. God damn it. I hate it here. I hate it. Oh, fuck.
Sam
She takes like,
gives a worried look from his post
she
at the
just does
tree.
like she just like puts a thumbs up back behind her.
We see from this new vantage point where Sam is, you can see like a tire swing strung from the tree.
Mm-hmm.
A little too high for a kid to sit in it,
Oh, that's creepy.
You did say you wanted to
know.
go alone.
Yeah, no, I don't like the tire swing being up that high. That means that creepy ass man is fucking swinging in tire swing like a weirdo.
It's fun. Jeez.
I don't know. If it was fun, it'd be low. Up high, that's some weird shit. I'm just making shit up at this point. She walks in and she closes the door gently and looks around to see what is going on.
So we're at 11 o'clock.
I'm still good to go.
Okay. All right, we'll keep going. Perfect. That's all I needed to hear. You still good, Shelly?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm an old lady. I don't give a fuck. Make my own damn schedule.
All right. I need a quick intermission, and then we'll.
Okay.
I'm going to apologize ahead of time that you got the Mirrorverse, and now you get fucked up Alice in Wonderland, Malkavian style.
Love it.
Did technically give you a choice for your side quests to become Primogen. It could have been 3 other Primogens, or it could have been just Sun.
She's just trying to go fucking
Just
speed run.
I'm just saying. I mean, I totally wanted you to talk to Sun. Like that was like definitely what I was writing notes for. hadn't even thought of what other 3 primogens you might need to talk to. I was kind of pulling for this for myself, but
Seems you've
They-
chosen insane in the membrane.
yeah, I chose insane in the membrane.
but I do apologize ahead of time. We'll go ahead and take a quick 5-10 minute break and come back with fucked up Alice in Wonderland.
Huzzah!
I feel like I got the good end of this deal.
You did. You really did.
I
See ya.
I got
Music as we're jumping in here.
Let's go.
Just one of the best tunes in the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. Get at me, you won't.
Oh.
All right. Pause the music this time rather than like wondering why it was like I was having a hard time hearing everybody whilst there was music going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to make sense of this group chat going on here, and I don't.
Good luck.
Which
Yeah,
one?
I quit trying. You know what the funny thing would be is if I took my dogs out and I forgot to go to the bathroom myself.
It
Oh,
happens.
no, did you forget?
All right,
Is that what
all
just
right,
happened?
Sasha, you're the ST for the next 3 minutes.
Go.
Explosion! Pew pew
Pew,
pew.
pew, 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 pew.
Remember, kids don't look at
Just use it as an
explosions.
opportunity to self honk and talk about advertise whatever you need to do.
Oh yeah, advertise.
I don't know. I'm running on fumes. It's fine.
I don't like that.
No, I just it's not anything that can be helped. Um
Do you have anything coming up though? Any shows?
oh, I guess I should promo that one show that finally started. It got delayed by a couple of weeks. It is a game of kids on brooms called Misadventures in Magic, and I play
Kids on
it.
bikes.
Kids on brooms. I play a typical high school student that also has to get like private tutoring in magic. So it uses the kids on broom system, but it's not like, your Harry
Yeah.
Potter magic school situation. It's more like have the real world, your actual life, and then on the
Wizards of
side
Waverly Place.
that is the touchstone that was mentioned in session 0. Yeah, those vibes. So I play a character who, whether I play kids on bikes or kids on brooms, I play exactly one type of character, like the really super friendly, loyal friend who aggressively hates like the popular kids and is like super protective of her best friends. And she basically signed up to audition for a production of The Tempest because the mean girl is gonna be auditioning. So that was the whole thing. Oh, and also the barrier that protects the town is breaking. So there's that
Fun
magical little
times.
problem.
I'm sure
Are you
that's
talking
And
fine.
about the Power Rangers game?
No, this
no,
is Kids on
I'm
Brooms. Yeah.
this
Oh,
is
I like
this
I
is the
like
game that I play before I play this game, and it's very different vibes. So there's literally like
it's
there's
like Harry Potter meets Goonies if the creator wasn't a turf piece of shit.
there's there's literally 4 hours between the end of that game and the scheduled start for this game.
You're like, let me
Hmm.
relax.
All right, so I mean, feel free to toss a link up in chat and put it in the down there part notes when you VOD it up for this one.
I Yeah, I just have it on my landing page, my Beacons page. It's on the first page of where all of my streams go live on a weekly basis. So
Yeah. So I
it's just up there
as a
already.
rule, everyone should know that you are free to self-advertise unabashedly and constantly when you're playing my games. Like some people have feel that as like lame or whatever. I always liked like the David Letterman approach to Late Show. People always went on the Letterman show because it's part of like their publicist and touring and he was always very explicit about that. Like they knew what it was. Like they knew that this was just publicity. And so they got that shit out of the way so that he just had great interviews. And I've always felt that way about like how I handle content. It's like, let's be honest, like people have other shit going on the internet. Like talk about it. I don't give a shit. Obviously not as like a giant tangent to playing the game, but in this capacity or like if you're talking in chat, I give zero fucks personally. If I sell my book, I'm I'm titling it's okay to steal this book. Like I
I
don't.
think that's already a book.
No, it's an album by System of a Down.
Oh, okay.
Please steal this album. Um, no, it's just like I don't know. Speaking of one, the last Rick and Morty episode I watched was like weird, like about spaghetti and suicide. Uh, totally one of the most anti-capitalist things I've ever seen. It was
Okay.
literally like a massive takedown of capitalism. I know spaghetti and suicide. You're like, how do these two?
So what?
I won't spoil it for you. It's like a giant anti-capitalist. In fact, like a lot of the most recent episodes have all been like turbo anti-capitalist and anti-incel. It's pretty great. I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
I just wanted something to turn on while I did drawings and wasn't paying attention. You know, something I didn't care about. And then I was like, wow, yeah, cool. This is what happens when you get rid of like problematic people who make your stuff. It gets good again.
Huzzah.
So, uh,
Speaking of problematic things, we're in a problematic house.
You're about to meet Son
Murder House
Newberry.
the sequel.
You're about to meet Son Newberry, and you're gonna wish you were back in the Mirrorverse or whatever. I know you were back in a fucking oubliette. One of the greatest words in the English language, by the way, and it's probably French.
Oubliette.
Doobly doobly.
So
It is French.
of course it is. Of course it is. No, I have to say it. But that's okay because French and English, because they hated each other so much, they really just bastardized each other's languages over and over and over again. Like tennis, for instance, like the reason why the sport of tennis is called tennis, it's tennis. Or my personal favorite one, bootlegger. The way the word bootlegger came to mean pirate is because there was like an English word for it. I'm talking like, like English Empire, right? British Empire. There's an English word for like pirate that they used, and they said it with an accent. And the French tried to say that word with their accent. They just like, and they went back and forth for a while until the French said something that sounded like bootlegger, and then the British went like, oh yeah, oh yeah, bootlegger, mate, and that was more Australian. And that's where bootlegger comes from. It's just the French sailors and the British sailors bastardizing some word back and forth for so long until we get bootlegger. So when people get snobby about like, French and English languages, the English language is the language of imperialists. They conquered people and their languages, and the language is so malleable, it's able to absorb and steal people's languages as well as their culture and artifacts and so on and so forth. And that's enough of, by the way, I bet you didn't know that I was a dirty lefty.
Jeez.
Oh
my gosh.
Got him.
Nobody
Get
knew
him.
Mephisto's an anarchist? What?
No.
I have
Well,
to
if
stop
that
watching his
was
I have to stop watching his vampire game.
if that was new information for you, then you might.
My
You
belief-
haven't been paying attention.
My beliefs are for me. I don't try to indoctrinate people into my beliefs. I like my beliefs and I'll defend them, but people believe what you want. That's sincerely, just don't be a dick to others. That's really
Except
the
the Earth is
cardinal.
not flat. I don't care. You can't
But
believe that.
but speaking of being a dick to others, time to meet Son number 3.
Yep.
Oh boy.
The door sort of creaks open with Ashley's help, and it almost creaks in protest as she does so. And you step into a large entryway, a staircase. Like there's a brief gap in landing off to your immediate left, and then a staircase that it goes up uh, before hitting a small landing and turning right, and then a loft up ahead. So you can actually look up, and it's sort of a sort of open loft where you can see like a number of rooms and chambers up above you, sort of like looking down on you, as if every door is its own distinct eye. Obstructing your view, what would be a sort of perfect view to the loft above, is a chandelier that hangs just a touch too low. Not enough to like walk into, even if you were Damon, but a little bit too low for design. It is proper crystal. It is actually throwing off a little bit of dim light right now. It's the only source of light, as it were, right now. We are at our new moon, if I've been tracking our adventures properly. We're either on the crescent toward a new moon, or if we've advanced tonight, we're on a new moon. So no, so there would be no moonlight. So your only source of light is not that I've been tracking the moon phases for any reason whatsoever. They have nothing to do with this game.
Hate it here.
The sorry, had to take a note. Totally unrelated note. So this legit crystal chandelier hangs down. It is what would have been the pinnacle of 90s crystal, and like it's actual crystal, but the pinnacle of 90s like sort of design sensibilities, which are kind of jank. Gaudy, right? Ostentatious, is the only source of light, and it's giving it off a very dim amount of it. It's the old sort of yellowy fluorescent style, not the new stuff, right? And they're sort of interwoven, made to be inconspicuous, so it almost looks like each individual piece of crystal sort of throwing this small bead of light in each direction. Being the only source of light, your sort of other senses take over, and as you sort of look about this entryway, again, stairway going up, landing, and then just in front of you is a much wider area. It's got a hardwood floor that would have been well kept and maybe even been pretty impressive once upon a time, but there is a sheen of dust and cobweb on everything, glinting like a morning frost. You have a cased entry straight in front of you, and a slight jog of wall, and then a cased entry off to the right of you. Judging from where you entered the house, you entered essentially sort of like far to the left of it. So you're sort of at like the far left-ish position of the house, with that staircase that goes up, turns right, and then you have straight in front of you the cased entryway. You can see a dining room. You can make out, a table, like a very, very long table. You can see like a candelabra at the center of it. No lights turned on. And off to the right, you can hear like the cracking and popping of logs in a fireplace. You can't see the light, but you hear it sort of distantly. Which, now that we've sort of painted the general lay, I'll get to some of the details. Beyond the chandelier, as like sort of the chandelier is the only piece of normal decoration. Where portraits and pictures of a happy family might have been in the 90s, where a nice little end table and a bowl to throw your keys should be. Um, there are clutches and clutters of taxidermied creatures. From as small as a squirrel to as large as a moose. And not often, like, a display piece per se. Like, okay, head of a moose, cool. Like, cross section of a moose taxidermied without the head, weird. We're way more like that. Bits and bobs of all manner of creatures taxidermied and positioned and posed in a alarming amount. Scattered about with no real eye for design at all. They're like not just like laying on the floor and stuff. There is an attempt to put them on tables or hang them in places. But that's about it. There might be like a whole squirrel hanging from its tail on a wall. It's weird. And the whole place has this like sort of sterile smell to it. Not like a comforting hospital smell in that weird way that a hospital you're like, okay, I'm getting treated well. Like this is like embalming fluid sterile. It's like funeral home standing right next to the recently posed body of your grandma sterile. And you hear a voice coming from that sort of like cased entryway up to the right. Oh, a visitor at this hour. Come in, come in.
Hello, Mr. Newberry.
Please, please, call me son. He doesn't make any effort to come to greet you at the entryway or the doorway. It's just his voice coming through that cased entry. Uh, Sort of accompanied only by the cracks and pops of logs in a fireplace somewhere.
Ashley just like steadies herself and walks forward towards it.
Judging from the like sort of noise, like sort of the level of the, like this fire in a fireplace and the proximity of his voice, you feel like you should have seen the sort of like shadows of a flame by now, as you round the corner, and as you do, into sort of like his sitting room, you recognize why the cracks and pops of a log were not that at all. He is currently in the middle of his latest project, and those were bones.
I hate it here.
He's dressed really well. Like, and not like like full suit well. Like this is a gentleman with like a true fashion sense. He knows the right like sort of like silk Versace shirt to wear with like a pair of like not like dress pants, but like sort of those like, nice little like casual in between, and like a nice pair of like of dress shoes. Like he's got that like that suave and debonair style. His hair is well kept and well groomed. I mean, he has these angular, almost angelic features, piercing green, like gorgeous green eyes, um, and all of his angelic beauty cannot distract from the fact that he is wearing elbow length over the very nice clothes. He is wearing elbow length rubber gloves and a butcher's like
Bib.
apron. He moves his latest project, uh, a rabbit of some sort, a very lean, emaciated rabbit, not a prized piece one would display, off to the side, and places his tools down, dutifully, very gingerly removing his rubber gloves and aprons and kind of tossing them over this workbench that sits off to the side in his mockery of Gaston's like sitting room, right? He uses antlers in
Yeah.
all of his decorating, like that shot in Beauty and the Beast, except
Mm-hmm.
horror
It's
show.
weird ass shit.
Yeah, and there's some high-backed chairs, high-backed chairs, sort of sat at angles before a fireplace with no fire going in it and no logs cracking or popping. Uh, the chairs aren't made out of antlers or anything. They're proper, posh, high-backed chairs. He's got like some crystal ware on a table between the two. And so on and so forth. Please, do sit down. Ashley Dame, was it?
Yes. Yes,
We've-
you can just call me Ashley.
Right, Ashley. Son, Ashley, pleasure to meet you. We've seen each other around Elysium. You've been in Chicago a while, as have I.
All my life and unlife.
Yeah, excellent. So, I have to say I was expecting you.
I wouldn't have doubted it.
The prince, he called ahead.
That's good to know.
So, he was vague on the details.
Well, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you, son. The Ventru Primogen is dead.
William, yes. Surprised he made it this long.
William,
Yes. Yeah, oh, yeah, horrible indeed.
you don't have to feign respect for him, even
Oh,
though
I
he
don't.
was my sire. I hated the son of a bitch.
Oh no, I don't lie about anything.
He was killed by his own children. Not me, but my siblings.
Oh, hell of a thing being killed by your own
Yeah, well,
child. I can't imagine what it's like. He says, looking at the camera. He says, looking directly at Scott on the other side of the camera. Um,
uh, well, the reason why I'm here is to see how I could gain your support to take his place.
oh, well, I mean, you've already done the hardest part.
Drive all the way here.
And ask. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, the other part of it, I suppose, would be to leave.
Do you want me to leave?
I mean, if you can, you'll have my support. Absolutely. Oh, where are my manners? Would you care for a drink?
No, thank you. I had my fill at home. And she kind of just looks at him. I'm sorry. I need clarification. I'm not as wise and as in your customs. What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, you've already done, well, I guess the second hardest part now. You came here
But
now.
you said leave.
Yeah. And now if you can get out, that's enough for me.
I need you. I I must be dumb.
He stands up and he's like, and he walks. Where are those drinks? And he begins walking, sort of like like a
Why is
mirror.
there a problem of me leaving?
I mean, it's no problem if you wish to leave. It's. I'm not insulted. I'm. I don't even consider myself a
But what
host.
is going to keep me from leaving?
Uh, yourself usually.
And she kind of just cracks her neck one side and then the other.
Let me get us those drinks. And he
I'm
walks through, like he walks sort of like, he basically continues what would have been right when you came in, right? So he's at this point sort of,
forward.
yeah, forward. He continues and basically just walks into the dim of the sort of extended McMansion, as you properly identified it, by the way. Like, absolutely.
It's a McMansion.
Oh, it literally is. It's a 90s like pop-up mansion. It's a McMansion. Born out of that sort of 90s boom, right? And he obviously didn't build it, he bought it, right? Or stole it. He got it. It became his.
It's his.
Yeah. And he just walks into sort of the gloom. And you hear his voice, and it's fucking straight up Cheshire Cat. Drinks, drinks, drinks. And you see him going that way, but his voice stays back here, and he disappears into the gloom. And that cased entry you came through is now cloaked in gloom with no vulgar, comforting, fluorescent light of a gaudy crystal chandelier. The taxidermied critters all around you, you don't know if they were all facing towards the center of the room before. You
But
weren't,
now they
maybe.
are.
Yeah.
Cool. Great. 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 Ashley is going to uh um uh gonna put up unswayable mind.
Good idea.
She's like, I'm not fucking with this. I don't think it needs, but I could be wrong. I need the core rulebook. Unsway.
It's a level 1 power. It doesn't
So it's
need a
auto.
rouse
Yeah.
check.
Yeah, you don't need a rouse.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I know some of the level ones.
It's the exception. It's the exception if you need to activate them. Usually you don't.
Yep.
Sometimes you have to say it's on, right?
Yeah.
But to
It's
actually
on.
rouse. Yeah.
It's passive. Duration is passive.
Okay.
So it just does the thing.
It's a good ability to have in my chronicles.
I fucking hate you, man.
Wouldn't work.
I do apologize. Like Mirrorverse and now Malkavian Mansion. I'm sorry.
No big deal.
I'm sorry.
I love it for me. But yeah, she's gonna turn that on and she's going to just kind of let out like a big sigh and
The moral of the story is that everybody at the table should just ask for ex-partner drama.
exactly.
You think you got off?
Well,
light
my
here is
ex
the
is
best
dead,
part.
so
Oh, wicked dead. Like the worst kind of dead.
Yeah, like the worst kind of dead. He is dead. Dead.
And he didn't even get to get the decency of becoming Ash like a proper.
I know.
You know.
What a shithead. What a loser.
Doesn't even know how to vampire correctly.
Doesn't even know how to vampire correctly. So yeah, he sucks, my ex. But yeah, Ashley is just going to have unswayable mind and pull out her stiletto for now and just flip it in her hand.
Right.
Look, son, I just came here to talk. I get it. You want to test my metal, but I don't deal with
Test
fucking
the
mind games.
Oh, damn, that's gonna be a problem here.
Oh, I fucking hate it. Fuck you. Fuck you, Andrew.
You hear a voice coming from the workbench behind you.
I hate it here.
I'll talk to you though.
No, I'm good. Thanks. Goodbye. Fuck off, Chucky.
I've never had a name before.
Oh no.
Like that little emaciated rabbit that was like half worked on is like the voices emanating from it from behind you.
Great. Cool. I'm just gonna go towards the fucking gloom and doom door.
Like,
Fuck it. I don't give
are
a
you
fuck.
gonna go back towards the entrance? I'm sorry to clarify. Are you going back towards the entrance, which is covered in gloom, or are you going
Yes.
where he went? Okay.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna follow him.
Ooh.
Because I'm gonna be a bitch.
No, I thought we were talking. Please. Oh.
Goodbye. I'm going towards your fucking puppet master.
At least I have a name now. Chucky. She called me Chucky.
I should have done Peter Rabbit.
That's a little derivative.
Get fucked.
All right.
But yeah, she's gonna follow him.
All right. You head towards the gloom, and you hear almost like this weird, like it's not quite industrial noise, you know, like machines and churning. It's not quite that level, but you hear this sort of like almost like rhythmic, sort of like metallic noise, like something, you know, like sharp, you know, like almost like a blade sharpener, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like in a professional kitchen, you sort of like hear this sort of rhythmic churning of that. Um, and the hallway you sort of approach that he had went through is in this it's like a three-dimensional darkness. This isn't like your normal, like you get closer and your eyes should be, you know, adjusting and you should be seeing deeper into it. No, it's like you hit a wall. It's this like I said, almost like physical darkness. And you can hear the noise coming through it.
I hate it here. I'm gonna
I mean,
go.
that's safer than the way you came from.
Really,
Remember
Bunny?
me? Remember me?
Yes. Hi, Chucky.
Remember me?
Yes, I remember you, Chucky.
No, I mean, like,
Every
remember me when you leave, after you leave, or you're
Oh.
gone, or you die, or whatever. If you die, just remember me when you're dead, too.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I think. Phantom Flop and Opera bullshit here. God damn it, I hate Malkavians.
I love them so much.
I
This
know
is
you
even, like,
do.
this is even
Lysandra and Malkavians. Fuck
is-
them both.
This isn't even my style of Malkavian, mind you. I like I'm just taking San's thing because he's an existing NPC, and I am envisioning that how it interfaces with this game.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, she's just gonna keep going. And
when I read his backstory, the whole like torturing animals and dissecting them and stuff just screamed creepy taxidermy cave when
yeah.
so I apologize. So yeah,
No,
you
it's fine.
yeah. So
Thanks.
you sort of breach the darkness and you see this flitting light, this this will-o'-the-wisp style light for a
Mhm.
second, just sort of like streak directly in front of you. And then it almost like teleports to where it's like well down the corridor, and you see it sort of dance and just sort of like sway and sashay a little bit, and then disappears around a corner, and you find yourself in um in a kitchen. It's not that kitchen.
Thank God. I was like, please, for the love of God, no more. I
Uh,
can't do it.
It's not that kitchen, but
It's a
you do.
90s
Yeah, it's got like a
McMansion kitchen
McMansion kitchen. It's got the
with the
little the
island
island in
and
the middle. Yeah, it's a kitchen. It's got the it wouldn't have the farmer sink because those didn't come into fashion until recently. So
mid
you like the really
2000s.
deep. Yeah, it's got the really deep, high necks. High neck spigot. You know, sink and stuff like that. And you can hear that the food grinder, the food disposal is
Mhm.
currently on and churning, and it's having trouble with something.
Oh, I'm not looking at that. Fuck that. That's nope, nope, nope.
Um,
If you look
the
into it, you fall into it. So
the
That's fuck you.
windows, it's got like a window over the sink because you
Hmm.
definitely would, and you can look outside and you see there's something in the swing. At first, you expect to see Sam, uh, but it's not.
No, we
It's
passed into another fucking realm of hell. So I
You
know it's
don't
a
see
different
s
version.
yeah, you don't see Sam, you don't see your vehicle outside, you don't see Sam by the tree. Uh, you see essentially some sort of like, it looks like a doll has been placed in the swing, and the swing is just kinda gently back and forth, like, but an old school doll, like a Raggedy Ann
Yeah.
style doll, like it's full cloth, and it's just kinda like
Yeah.
swaying back and forth, maybe with like an ambient wind. That doll certainly isn't doing it, and,
Mm.
Now is the time to put aside your weak human side and join me in
Son.
remaking this
sorry,
world!
we just got raided by 10 folks, and I used the Dracula clip from one of Dracula
what?
clips from one of the greatest games ever made by God, man, cryptid or otherwise, Symphony of the Night. And I heard it, and it just immediately interrupted my thoughts. So hey, Raiders, Legacy of Fools raids, welcome,
Hello, hello.
ahoy. I was just torturing one of my players with
Yeah, no big
creepy
deal.
Malkavian evil mansion shit. So
Yeah, no big deal.
no big deal.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us this evening. You
Uh,
fools.
um yeah, Ashley is just gonna say out, son, I don't want trouble. Also, this isn't my first time in a fucking alternate dimension recently. So, joke's on fucking you.
So you don't hear a response from Sun. Like
Swear to God, if I'm in another oubliette, Andrew, I'm going to
it is
ruin your
not an
life.
oubliette. It is just a Malkavian tainted McMansion. Okay, like
Okay.
it is a physical real place. It,
So you say.
in the way that Malkavian dementation permanently can affect permanent real places. It's
Mm.
fine. So sort of setting the scene in the kitchen, you have the garbage disposal in the sink that's currently like churning. It's struggling with something, right? You can hear that like that gurgling, chunky noise that they make, and it sort of hitting
Mhm.
something, not metallic, but definitely hard, and it's not breaking it up. You
Bone.
obviously, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be bone, okay?
It's gonna be
Um,
a fucking finger or a hand or a leg
Look,
or a foot.
the difference between classic and cliche is whether I like it
You
or
want to
not.
lean into either.
Yeah. The fridge door, which is sort of actually just over your shoulders because you come in through the entryway, and so you got the fridge kind of just behind you or beside you. Um, is a jar with a tiny sort of stream of light coming through, and you can look out that window to see the swing.
And
On
the
the other,
doll's still there.
oh yeah,
Okay, good. I don't want to have to fight fucking Raggedy Ann and Chucky too.
see, I'm deciding on if you fighting something in the mansion would actually be like a good respite or not. Like this, like this is one of those situations where like, please give me a combat encounter instead of like crazy cerebral shit. Or if you just keep going with the weird shit. And then sort of like if you were to continue through the kitchen, you get into, you can see a living room. You see a classic old school like big screen TV. So it's on like its speakers is what it rests on, you know, like you
Mm-hmm.
wheel it around, it's huge.
The old school 70s through the 90s
Yeah,
big
the
screen TV.
90s, like I mean, it's still like a 70 like a 70-inch TV, but
It's just huge.
but they're huge. They're again, their speakers are their base, and it's got the wheels, and it's, if you rub your fingers over it, it's actually got this like weird texture to it, like you can see the channels in the screen. So you've got that. There's a mantle built around it with Son's amateur taxidermy pieces all on display. You will recognize Chucky once more there, of course, because you did it. So now it's there.
Mhm.
And then sort of midway between, you've got like a series of cabinets on your left hand side, pantry style cabinets and stuff like that. Those cabinets are broken up by the dining room you saw when you came in somehow, but from the back side of it.
Mhm.
Um, and then continuing that gets you back into the living room. And then there's another smaller portal, like a small doorway, which would be on the same wall that leads into the dining room, but leads elsewhere, and you can't make it out. The light source in this entire scene is coming from that fridge.
Just go towards the living room.
There is a charcuterie board, by the way.
Nope.
Don't care to look on the charcuterie board?
No, not after what you did to me in that other fucking mansion.
Look, I said it was a kitchen, but it was only because like I was thinking of a traditional layout, and I had to like pause dramatically for 1 second for
No,
you
I
to
was talking
remember
about the food. Talking about the food in the other mansion.
that was one of my favorite things I've done this
I hate you
chronicle.
for
So
that.
it really is like any chronicle, really. That was so good. But I didn't feed your sire to a human. You did.
I did. Yeah, she's just gonna go towards the living room, kind
All
of
right.
give Chucky a pat on the head
All right.
and look around.
Yeah. So going towards the living room, you do cross that sort of cased entry that would allow you to see into the dining room now. Very, very long table. And from your perspective, you sort of are looking into the center
Mm-hmm.
of it. Candelabra made of antlers. You didn't
Of
see
course.
them from before, from where you were. So now it's like this candelabra, of course, of antlers. And you're at the center part of the table. And if you look one way, the table seems to stretch on kind of forever, right? Just your vantage point. Look the other way, same thing, right? However, at the end, which you see like a china cabinet on that one side. The other way, it stretches into darkness, which you'd imagine maybe intersects with that other portal just up ahead. So you've got the TV.
I give
You've
Chucky a pat on the head.
Yep,
Hey,
you've got the
Chuck.
couch. As you pet Chucky on the head, Chucky does not talk to you this time, but the TV clicks on. And you see, as if like a sort of like classic, 90s security camera. So not like super high def, not LED, anything like that.
Black and
Uh,
white.
yeah, yeah. It would be a closed circuit, right? Um, CCTV, closed circuit
Mm-hmm.
television. Looking into the sitting room with Son, and you and Son are sitting down in front of his fireplace. The fireplace being lit, sitting there, sharing a drink, talking, and it's as if it's live security footage of this.
I hate
No
it.
audio.
Of course not. Just fucking sick of
You
fucking
hear
head movies.
Son's voice coming through the speakers. So, Primogen, eh?
Yeah. I'm assuming you can hear me.
So, you see, like, the vantage point of the camera, right? Looking down, up, top down isometric, right?
Mm.
Um, it like you see the top of his well manicured, well kept hair. You see the sort of top of it sort of come into the frame slowly, and then just his eyes, and he's looking straight into the straight into the camera. You can still see a little bit behind him and stuff, but it's like he's sort of climbed up and he's like staring into the camera to talk to you.
Mm.
I told you all you had to do is leave.
It's never simple with you individuals that can do mind fuckery.
Oh, I told you this isn't me. I'm trapped in whatever you did to my house.
Of course.
The
I mean, it's
fuck is
better
with
than the.
that doll?
Well,
Like, I'm not going to pretend that my house doesn't have certain amplifying effects to whatever issues you brought in here, but clearly you got some shit, sister.
well, whenever you're tortured and forced to marry your sire,
Yeah. I could see how sire issues are usually. Yeah, those are a big. Those are a big one for a lot of people. I mean, not that I would know. My sire tragically. Well, she just. I miss her. I miss her a lot.
that's what my sire said about his. Come to find out, he killed her.
That motherfucker who would kill their own sire.
My siblings, who are working with the Sabbat.
I'm noticing a pattern with you, Ashley Dame, and I gotta say it's an alarming one for somebody who wants to be Primogen.
What's the pattern you see?
Well, your sire had bad taste.
That's beside the point. Trust me, I lived in that home for way too long and he would not let me decorate it.
No, he
Oh,
picked
me? Yeah.
and your children, like just wow, and your
Yeah,
siblings,
they
just
were not my children.
wow. Speaking of, do you have children? Please don't embrace. I want to
No,
with that line is that's more tainted than mine. Oh wow. I mean seriously, the doll in the tree. That's some conjuring shit. Ha, Damon's not the only one who can do it.
You don't remember a lot about me, do you?
Ugh.
I was his doll.
I remember you were his windfall.
Oh, that was for sure. He thought, well, he thought I was his windfall. My parents took care of that.
Yeah, thought. That's a powerful thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Hmm.
Look,
How
it's
does
really
it
hard.
feel
Go
to
ahead.
live in this house and be just cooped up with all your thoughts?
I have to say, sometimes it drives me mad.
I mean, that is the common occurrence with
But
your clan.
mm, some,
But
some
I
of us,
always find it kind of reductive.
some of us would say that the gifts madness brings outweigh the detriments.
That's what my mother also said too about her gifts. See, she was like you.
Knowledge always has a price. What price, I guess, would you be willing to pay? Primogen, oh, that's a lot of power too. That's so much power.
Well,
I mean, trust me, I'm a great primogen.
I haven't heard otherwise
And you wouldn't.
because you would take the tongues of the people who would.
No, I don't have to.
Hmm.
No, I wouldn't have to. The prince hasn't had an issue with a lot of things because of a lot of the dirty work my clan does for him. All the ugly of a Nosferatu and all the corners of the universe their sewers can't take them.
I want a clean house in my clan,
Ooh,
and it needs to happen.
those are heavy words.
I can't clean house until I get rid of a bigger problem, though. A problem that affects us all.
Well, there's so many problems affecting us all, but what's your problem that you've added to the deck?
The Second Inquisition, of course.
Hmm.
See, they keep coming back like fucking gnats.
Yeah, but never on the prince's doorstep, and I wonder who helps keep it that way. I
Thankfully,
don't. I
you.
know it's me. Yes, me and my clan.
The thing is, if we take care of them, at least here, we won't have to have that problem. Then we can focus on the problem that's affecting Chicago, that's infecting Chicago slowly.
Infecting. Though interesting choice of words there. What problem would that be?
The Sabbat are clawing their way back.
No. The couple knight errants are not a problem.
Oh, there's more than that.
They're a aperitif, a fun distraction. But yes, infection, infestation.
You let things fester, you gotta cut off a limb. You know that.
Oh, but I do love cutting off limbs so much. Anyway, let us not mince words. Our night is precious, is it not? What have you trapped me in here? Why haven't you left? You have my prugent vote. If you leave, I'll get others on the council to see it my way, or at least not see it another way. A lack of protest is as good as a vote anyway. And that's what I can offer you.
I. Votes are great.
Them not saying no is better.
Of course. But allies are better.
Oh, Miss Ashley Dame, you do not want me as your ally.
Why?
The baggage.
Trust me, I have my own.
Oh, think about it. But could you fix my sink, please? What was that?
I don't know. She's yeah. Ashley just snaps and is like,
Son looks like into the screen as if he's expecting something too. It's fixed. He said, "It's fixed." He says, and then gurgle, 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 and keeps going. Like,
"Eh, well, I'll leave." And she kind of messes with her stiletto. Have a good night. And she goes back towards the kitchen and then towards the darkened doorway.
I mean, his sink is still making noise.
I'm not. As soon as I fucking leave, bro. Fine, I'm gonna. You just want me to go look in the fucking sink, you psychopath. Fine, I will go in the sink. I'll go to the sink and turn it off.
All right, so you go over to the sink and
Blood spatter in the face, probably.
no,
Yeah.
you hit the switch. It turns off, and the light in the corridor that from which you came turns on.
It, Mm.
Huh. You hear from the screen, must be faulty wiring.
I have a contractor for that, you know.
The wires got crossed. Huh. Happens all the time around here. See, because you turn it off and the lights came on.
Yeah. No, it's up. He fucked up his house. We know.
Wires got crossed.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm gonna look down. Ashley's gonna look down. What's in the fucking sink?
The other half of Chucky.
Oh. You know, disposing of rabbits isn't that way. You can't just put them down the garbage disposal.
The TV's off.
Cool. All right, out the door.
All right, you walk back through the original sitting room, back into the entryway. You go outside. Sam's there. And we will cut back to the basement, where Rory has opened the book. A heinous static, I'm going to use your word, Ashley, infests the room. This noise, it's ear-piercing, the kind of thing that would pop eardrums. Damon and Rory are both reeling in pain or trying to resist it as best they can. And the pages are just empty. But the visage of Static Man that is on the wall, you know, that nice little wall art, begins to peel itself away, screaming. Or it begins to peel itself away. 2 dimensions screaming itself into 3. And that's where we're going to call it for the night.
Oh.
Run, 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 run. Set things on fire, go away, run. Run, 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 run,
I
run,
hate
run,
it.
run,
Thanks, bro.
Fireball. Run, 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 run. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, no.
I feel like I should take a bow right now or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
hate
was getting yawn. I wasn't bored. That was an interesting session for me to kind of just witness and see everyone else get their own time, you know. I love the Corey Damon buddy cop special.
I was
to it.
Yeah.
If I was legitimately just in the audience, I would have just taken my laptop to bed and just lurked and just enjoyed myself. I would have.
It was like I was thinking about stuff in the avenues, and I'm like, the buddy cop angle is way too fun not to explore a little bit, because I mean, Scott's RP off of Michael has been like kind of some of these like hidden gems,
so fun.
and
It's
so
so It's
pithy,
so
you know.
actually
It's
fun.
it's pithy. It's
They're fun
fun.
together.
Now,
Yeah.
if you look at Michael's face right now, he's like, motherfucker.
This guy though.
He's like, I fucking hate it here.
No.
That's
All right.
me in that fucking house. I was like, I just hate it here. Fuck
Y'all
this.
wanna? We'll go around here since Sasha hasn't said anything the longest. Go ahead, talk about yourself real quick. We'll try to get out of here in 3-ish minutes. Say who you are, what you're doing, and yeah.
Twitter. Find me on Twitter. I will never call it X. At XO_girl wonder. There's a pinned post with all of my stuff. At me if you want to hear more about the stuff I'm doing. Yeah, that's the quick and dirty.
Oh, wow, there you go. Nope, that's the wrong one. I can't remember what it is. Cast maybe.
Family.
Family. That's the command. I still haven't added,
Family.
and I still haven't added Scott to it. Shelly.
Hi everyone. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Shelly Von Miller. Been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 lately. I have stuff up on YouTube. I'm getting into the end game of my D&D 5e game that I DM on my channel, and I'm getting very, very sad. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait. It's gonna be fun.
Whenever
I
you finish a
hate-
long-running campaign, it's like saying goodbye to a friend.
Yeah, because this is like our second year. So
Yep.
I was like, I'm closing it this year, but I was like, you know what? We're gonna close it at 40 episodes, so
Yeah, that's enough.
yeah.
Anyway, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, you can find me everywhere on the internet. You can find me on Twitch tomorrow, playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm doing a Dark Urge playthrough.
Metal. Scott.
I actually haven't been on the internet too much lately since I got back into Warhammer and Age of Sigmar. So, there wasn't much going on right there, buddy.
Note how I have my spray booth actually cleaned up. It's not just filled with stuffies, because I have finally done it. I have finally set up my airbrush to paint things.
Oh, dude, the thing you need to send. You should send it
I will.
soon.
It's getting done this week. I'll DM you things I need to know.
Yeah, I mostly am just concerned because I don't want you to pay shipping to send it all the way to the fucking Philippines.
Because of the Rantathon, I have paid shipping to Australia. Let me tell you, that was wow. But
I know. That's why I don't want you to do it.
If it's what it's got to happen, it's what it got to happen. But I'm gonna get it done this week and ship it.
That being said, I would have it shipped to Australia rather than the Philippines because I have a serious distrust of the Philippine mail system.
Yeah. It's all the drugs, right?
No, I'm just extra afraid they'll lose shit.
So Scott, Death X Jester on Twitter. You had the X on Twitter before it was cool.
Yeah.
True. Way back in the days of playing Halo 3 and Halo 2.
Gangsta.
Good lord.
And last but not least, our Rockstar playing Rory.
Yeah, I'm Michael. I've been your Rory. I'm deeply concerned about this book.
Everyone is.
Find me, yes, on the internet, the twits even, at Sub-Zero Jalapeno. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific, we're getting back to Street Samurai, our Power Rangers cyberpunk mashup shenanigan. You can find the link on my beacon thingy on the twits. And Thursday is more Power Rangers of a more regular variety because I have a problem.
I need to hear more about this cyberpunk mashup Power Rangers, though. I didn't know that was a thing, Anne. Why didn't you tell me?
Because it has nothing to do with me. You should be questioning Michael.
I was joking. It was a joke. And I have been your unreliable narrator for the evening, the magical Mr. Mephisto. You have to say the whole thing every time, like a pimp named Slickback or a tribe called Quest. Yeah, I
Or
hope you've
old
enjoyed
ODB.
ODB. Yeah, old dirty bastard.
Yeah.
Shout outs to Wu Tang Clan, by the way. Chat gang. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you've enjoyed the show. Remember to like and subscribe. Thank you for the raid earlier, by the way. Legacy of Fools. Hope you've enjoyed the show or the lurk, whatever it was. And yeah, we'll catch you hopefully next week. Same vampire place, same vampire time. Remember, drink your milk, pay your taxes, be excellent to yourselves and each other. And yeah, we'll see you soon.